Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I'll just have my camera on as well during preliminary matters, but otherwise I'm likely to have it off during the hearing. So welcome to Day 6 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for the Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. Parties will be aware this hearing is being recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee considering this matter. And I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch, who's sitting on my right, Member Lachlan Wilkinson on my left, and Member Ken Joyner, who's joining us online. So we're working to timetable 5 today. That was issued on Friday last week. We're starting earlier, as people will be well aware. I'd just like to note we've got a break scheduled for 11 a.m. and then lunch at 1. But given it's a longer morning, I'm happy to be flexible with those times. If there's a logical time in the proceedings for a break, we'll do that. And I'm happy to break earlier for lunch if there's a logical time to do that. So today we'll continue to hear submissions and evidence from the proponent, firstly with cross-examination on the Australasian bittern and then cross-examination on Brolga, following the evidence that was presented last week. Then we'll hear evidence and cross-examination relating to water birds and Ramsar sites and other birds. I will run through a list of parties in a moment who have advised that they wish to ask questions, and I'll ask people to confirm the time that they've requested, just to help track the time needed for each session. So I'll just run through those now, and I'll those online as well. If you do need to, if you're present and able to clarify, I'll come to you in a moment. So firstly, from Australasian bittern, we have potentially questions from Dika to follow up. Yes. We have questions from Mr. Cumming, who is also asking questions on behalf of Ms. Dennis.
Yes, it should take about 5 or 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. I'm just struggling to hear you loudly there. I'll just ask if you could please speak again, and we'll see if we can get the audio loud and clear in the room.
I said it will probably take 5 or 6 minutes.
5 or 6. Thank you. So it is quite quiet when you're speaking. When we come to you, we'll see if we can make it more easier to hear. Member Joyner was quite clear and loud earlier, so it may be, I'm sure that the issue can be resolved fairly readily. It's not a general issue across the hearing room. We will have a few questions from the IAC and then any questions of re-examination. So that will close off Australasian bittern. Next will be, after the evidence of Brolga, I'd just like to confirm those who will be asking questions. So from Parks Victoria, we do have I anticipate some questions. Okay, thank you. I have also Mr. Cumming and also asking questions on behalf of Ms. Dennis. Is that correct, Mr. Cumming?
Yes, it's probably 60 or so questions, so I'm guessing half an hour.
Half an hour, thank you. And Mr. Turner, I have you down for 10 to 15 minutes of questions on Brolga.
Thank you, Member Kendall.
Thank you. And Ms. Lenihan, I'll just get you to, I do have an indication of the number of questions, but just to get an idea of the total time you're anticipating.
Maybe 2 hours.
Okay, thank you. And then, of course, we'll have questions from the IAC following that. Mr. Turner, do you need to provide any other comment on that at this stage? No, just got your camera on. No, that's fine. I just wasn't sure with your camera on.
Yeah. I'll turn it off, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're right. Thank you. And I will confirm, before we do hear from the experts relating to the other birds this afternoon, that I anticipate questions from Dika and Parks Victoria. Thank you. And Mr. Biggs has also asked to, indicated he'd like to ask questions relating to water birds. And I don't know if Mr. Biggs is with us right now. I'll confirm with him prior to hearing that evidence later today. Mr. Turner, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, I can't hear Mr. Tobin. If that helps the committee just to sort audio matters out. I'm not sure whether that's a temporary thing.
So could you just say that again?
Apologies, that was my fault because I didn't have
didn't
my
the
microphone
microphone
on,
on.
so that's completely my fault. I was just
Good-
indicating that in
Good
respect
morning.
of the other group of birds, Deca and Parks Victoria, will be give or take 45 minutes in questions.
Thank you. Yeah, just a prompt for everybody. Pop your microphone on if you're in the room when it's time to speak. It's important for those joining us online, and also your camera when you're doing questions or presenting evidence. Mr. Cumming, I'll come to you.
I'm also asking questions on water birds. Thank you.
As water birds. And could you give me an indication of time, Mr. Cumming?
15, 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Your audio is still very quiet, Mr. Cumming. I'm not sure. It might be something. Not sure if you're able to speak closer to your microphone or there's something.
I'm as close as I can, and the microphone's on full, so
yes,
I'm not sure how I
okay.
can improve that.
Thank you. No, we'll see if there's anything we can do at our end as well before we come to you for questions. So thank you. And also, I just wanted to, so a couple of things. We did talk last week about our schedule for the rest of the week. At this stage, I'm going to propose that we discuss that later this afternoon when we do have an idea of the number of parties intending to ask questions of the experts tomorrow. So at this stage, we are still hoping to hear from Mr. Feldman and Mr. Weston tomorrow on Aboriginal cultural heritage and Mr. Weston on social impacts. I can confirm that the IAC only has a small number of questions for each of the experts. So if that, in terms of planning for the time required, we'll have a better idea this afternoon.
That is for tomorrow's experts?
For tomorrow's experts.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And just to recap, so following the experts tomorrow, assuming that we do still work to the schedule, we intend to or expect to hear from other experts later this week. So firstly, Mr. Peter Huck on landscape and visual impacts on Wednesday, and Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor on bushfire, and then Thursday to hear from Mr. Glossop on planning. I just have one question for the proponent to ask if you could please follow up with Mr. Huck, that when he provides his evidence to the IAC, if he could please provide comment on Tech Note 34 relating to the responses to SL01. So just to update the content of his original evidence statement that does provide some commentary on the response to SL01. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And just a reminder, of course, to parties to indicate your intention to cross-examine for each of those experts that are scheduled for later in the week by 12 noon on the day before each expert is due to present. And we do have a request from Mr. Taylor with questions I just acknowledged, Mr. Taylor, we've got your request relating to questions of Mr. Huck, but we'll come back to that closer to the time. Great. So just a couple of other matters for the IAC to run through, and then I'll ask if there are any other preliminary matters. Firstly, we've got a number of documents. I will not run through them in detail, but to note that we're working to document list number 42. Just a couple that I will mention. Firstly, we note Mr. Gibson's summary presentation on other birds, also the grey-headed flying fox, is document 321. And I do have a question I'd like to provide the opportunity for Deca to provide any comment on the document provided by Mr. Turner. And I'm sorry, I just can't quite get the right bit of my... There we go, document 301, where Mr. Turner has indicated that he is intending to ask questions about Brolga, and the letter that he provided attached a number of emails in exchange with Deca. And the document has been tabled. It's available for parties, but it hasn't been put on to the Engage Victoria website. I just wanted to provide Deeker the opportunity to provide any comment on that, and Mr. Turner, if necessary, before a decision's made about whether that should become a public document. So I'm happy to ask that of you now, if you're in a position to respond, Mr. Tobin.
This is the email.
The email that does mention, provides copies of correspondence where the Deaker staff had asked for that information to not be public or shared beyond the correspondence.
Couldn't hear Mr.
wasn't
Tobin again.
I think I'm on. I'm not sure who that was. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Great.
Yes, I can hear.
It wasn't clear to us precisely what the nature of the preliminary matter that the committee wanted to raise in respect of that correspondence. I do have instructions, but not those specific instructions.
Okay.
So what I might do is I'll get those instructions now and come back to you at a convenient time in the morning.
Okay. Yes, that's no problem. No
we
rush.
might be able to do that in the next few minutes.
Yes, not a problem. Mr. Turner, is there anything that, in terms of that request, that you wanted to speak to assist Deeker with providing the ISC with any advice about whether the document is okay to release publicly?
I think your approach is sensible. It is sensitive. It both identifies information about me in person. So if it is to be tabled, if my name could be redacted from it, Deaker, staff members from Deaker, their names have been redacted from it, but it certainly identifies the location of a property and other things. So I think if it can be treated with sensitivity, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Well, we'll hear back from Mr. Tobin when he can. We do have a couple of other matters to run through, and I'm going to hand you to Member Kirsch, who has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Cheshire, just two matters that I'll raise with you quickly, and they're unrelated to today's evidence, but I thought it was worthwhile just getting some further information from you. And the first one is in relation to the mapping and the description of the project in the EES. You might recall, I think it was week one, there was some discussion about different naming procedures were applied in different technical reports for wind turbines, for example. And it just occurred to us that we should seek some advice from the proponent about which is for want of a better word, perhaps the parent document or the parent maps and plans that we should be referring to in our discussion of the project, and ultimately in terms of recommendations as well. You know, for example, there might be recommendations about individual turbines, or clearly there need to be recommendations or findings about transmission line options. So I'm not quite sure what the answer to this is, but we just wanted to flag we're aware of different approaches, and if you had any guidance you could provide us about which documents or sets of documents we could rely on, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. I think the best way to proceed will be for us to identify specifically which documents we recommend. You base your decision on. We understand the question, and we'll give that some thought.
Thank you. The second matter was, and I just touched on this, the 3 transmission line options. No doubt, as you're aware, the EES discusses 2 options, the northern option and the southern option, and the proponents now proposing a preference for a 3rd option, which is being called the central option. Now, from our view of the plans that you've provided, I think it's part of the Part B process, it seems that central option is within the pine plantation and is also within the specific controls overlay. Happy for you to confirm both of those. The issue that has occurred to us is whether there needed to be any further notification around that 3rd option. First, I suppose, to landowners, and then more broadly.
I'll come back and address you on that specifically, but in terms of the control, that is the permission that is sought, the permission that is sought would allow for that alternative configuration. That is, there would be no need to reconfigure the boundaries of the planning control to facilitate those buildings and works. So to the extent that the question is one about the scope of the exhibited control or the permission that we seek, there would be no modification, no alteration. In terms of whether there would need be further notification, what you will appreciate is that the alternative alignment sits within the outer parameters of the northern and the southern alignment. And it's for a relatively small proportion of the, I call it power lines, so as to distinguish between what's internal to the project and what's external, if you like, to the transmission component. It's the internal transmission or the power line component. And in our submission, it would not require further notice because it falls within the scope of the permission that was sought. Furthermore, it sits within the bounds, if you like, of the alignments that were tested. And for that reason, it would seem to us that there would be no need for any further notice to be given in respect of that option. It's an option that can properly be considered by the committee, be it above or below ground. It fits within the bounds of the options that were tested. And for that reason, the committee can be confident that the environmental effects of that option were properly tested, and it's the type of matter that can be the subject of recommendation by this committee. So that's my initial response. Well, I'll come back and think about that further over the break and address you further if we need to. But in short, we say, firstly, it is within the scope of the permission that's been sought, and secondly, given the nature of the assessment that's been undertaken, both in respect of the southern and northern option, it's not the type of refinement or modification that would require further exhibition.
Thanks.
Thank you. So one final preliminary matter, and doesn't relate to any of the issues, but I do need to make a further declaration, and it's that Planning Panels Victoria has invited Mr. Tobin to participate in a professional development session in a couple of weeks' time relating to considering evidence, and I just need to put on the record that I will attend that session but undertake not to engage with Mr. Tobin about this matter at any stage during the session. So I'll just provide an opportunity for any comments or questions.
No comments.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chessel, do you have any matters we need to cover this morning?
Yes, and I can do it relatively briefly, if I can organise my screen. The committee will have seen that we've filed a number of documents on Thursday afternoon and on Friday, and I just wanted to bring some of those documents to your attention so that we're all on the same page about what materials have been filed. You'll have seen that we filed 4 technical notes, and 3 of those technical notes correspond to outstanding requests for information. Documents 307, 308 and 309 are technical notes 32, 33 and 34. The first of those concerns the query in respect of turbine colour. The second concerns the query in respect of shadow flicker, and the third concerns the response to SLO1, including the additional direction or the additional material called for by Member Kirsch, I think on the first day of the hearing, or at least in the first week of the hearing. I did just want to identify that for that technical note, that is technical note 34, a number of attachments were provided, documents 311 through 313, and amongst those attachments are the relevant planisphere coastal spaces landscape assessment studies that were referenced within the SLO1 control, and I think, Mr. Kirsch, you requested their provision. What that means is, on my count at least, there's now only one outstanding request for further information. We're working on that request and anticipate being able to file our response during the week. So that should close out that part of the process. And of course, if the committee has any follow-up questions about any of those materials, we would welcome the opportunity to respond to them, and we'll be addressing the substance of those documents at appropriate times throughout the running of our case. The other technical note, the 4th technical note that we filed, is document 306, technical note 30, and that is a response to the query raised by Member Joyner concerning acid sulfate soils, and more particularly the management of stockpiled acid sulfate soils during significant rain events. That was a matter that came up during the surface water evidence, and so we've closed out that response in that document. The only other documents I was going to mention were document 303, which was the email correspondence that was referenced by Mr. Organ. That's been filed, and obviously the committee's had an opportunity to look at that. And that's a document that contains correspondence between a member of Mr. Organ's firm and a Mr. Herring. Mr. Herring, Dr. Herring, I believe, who coordinates the bittern and rice program, and it concerns flight height data that program obtained in respect of that species utilising GPS tracking. And I suppose it's a little bit like the southern bent-winged bat and the additional information that was released a couple of weeks ago in respect of flight height data for that species. What we know is that there is GPS flight height data for that species, but Dr. Herring has not released that data. Instead, he's understandably perhaps indicating that that data will be released upon completion of a scientific paper. Again, if that material is released during this process, we will seek to bring it to the committee's attention because it will assist in understanding the potential impacts of the project on that species. The other documents really concern the addendum statements filed by Mr. Hark. That's document 314 and various attachments to that addendum statement, and opening submissions in respect of the topics we'll be hearing this afternoon. They're really all I wanted to raise by way of introductory matters.
Thank you. Any other matters that we need to discuss? No. Thank you. And any other parties? Anyone joining us online? Are there any preliminary matters? No, it looks like we're good to move into this morning's session. Just before we do, I'd just like to mention that in the spirit of keeping things moving, that we did ask parties for efficiency during submissions and evidence last week and cross-examination. And I note that we do have a lot to do this week, and that I ask that where possible for people to keep the pace moving through the hearing this week. And a reminder that when asking questions of cross-examination, to make sure that they're not repeat questions, to make sure your questions are direct and brief, and also the answers from experts to be direct and brief. And if experts have not had an opportunity to review a document that you want to ask a question about, please confirm first whether they have reviewed the document, and if not, we ask you to move on. So thank you, Mr. Chessel. Oh no, I'm in the middle of cross-examination, so I'm going to continue. Coming back to you, Mr. Tobin, for any follow-up questions from last week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Tobin. I can just see Mr. Turner has his hand up, so just a bit. I'll go to him just while maybe he's put it down again. Oh, Mr. Turner, did you have a question?
No, thank you. Yeah, it was just one preliminary matter. There's a letter I sent in last week, and I was just wanting to clarify about the wind turbine elevations at ground level, and it really follows on from a matter raised about wind tower identification, which was discussed this morning and in previous preliminary matters. So Appendix M, I feel the ground elevations provided there's some anomaly going on, so if that could be confirmed, I'd really appreciate it. I think it's pertinent to the visibility matters.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Do you know off the top of your head the document number that you're referring to?
I don't have it at hand. I should do, because George has got back to me with the document number this morning. So
no problem. Yep, we'll find it. That's no problem. Thank you. And I think the proponent, are you happy to take that on notice?
We will. That one doesn't ring a bell immediately, but we'll try and find the document and respond when we can.
Great. So I think we're good to go this time. Apologies, I'd missed that hand up. So, Mr. Tobin, I'll hand to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Good morning, Mr. Venosta. Good morning, Mr. Organ. I wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions that arise from the email that's been circulated, which I think is document 302 in the proceeding. I'm going to start by returning to a discussion we had, Mr. Venosta, about the GPS tracking of Robbie. And what I've popped up on the screen is document 67, which I understand to be that part of your report, which considers Robbie's flight patterns. Do you recall we had an exchange on Thursday of last week where we were discussing the route that Robbie took?
Yes.
If you just take a moment to read that first paragraph, and then I want to put something to you. The critical part is the second to last sentence, which talks about the return flight to New South Wales.
Yes.
My recollection of the exchange was that we had discussed an understanding that Robbie had returned to Pick Swamp in South Australia before returning north to the Riverina. If I'm mistaken, I apologise, but what this shows is there's no record of him going back to Pick Swamp before returning to the Riverina. It's depicted as a theoretical straight line between Long Swamp and the Riverina. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what we can conclude from that, if we can conclude anything, is that he may have, but we don't know, flown over the Kentbruck pine plantation to get to the Riverina.
That's possible, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, my recollection of the conversation was that the Robbie came from the Riverina to Pick Swamp.
Yes.
And then to Long Swamp.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we both agree with that. Mr. Organ, in relation to flight heights, this is dealt with at your page 58 of the evidence, which is document 84. And you record in the second paragraph there where my cursor is, firstly, you record in the first two sentences some information about flight heights from Robbie flying between 3 to 70 metres. Do you see that there?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I'll just stop sharing. Well, I might try this, see if it'll work. Did that work? It did work. Excellent. What we now have is an exchange between your firm and Mr. Herring, who's the principal ecologist with Murray Wildlife. Now, obviously, with work of the extent that you've undertaken in relation to this matter, you don't do each and every task in the matter, do you?
No.
And so in this case, it's the fact that one of your colleagues reached out to, is it Dr. Herring? Reached out to Mr. Herring, we'll call him for the time being, to find information in relation to the matter, correct?
Yes.
And that's the exchange that occurred on the 10th of April. What Mr. Herring responded with was the text that he said he'd provided to a number of parties, which I now highlight there, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates that there were flight heights from Robbie between 3 and 70 metres, while Milo, one of the other birds, flew to across the Alps or across the Great Dividing Range, but was below 56 metres above ground level for Milo. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that text, if I then go back to your report, that did work. That text, while not verbatim, is in substance the first two sentences of this second paragraph under this section, correct?
Yes, it's consistent.
Now, the evidence that you provided on Thursday was is in substance the evidence about flight heights and low flight heights is found in this last sentence of that paragraph that starts, "These findings suggest." That's right?
Yes.
It's right, isn't it, that that is an inference that you're drawing rather than an inference or advice that you received or your firm received from Mr. Herring?
Yeah, I'm just following on from what the data is.
Yeah. And the inference that you've drawn in relation to flight heights, of course, is from two birds only, correct?
That's correct, yes.
One of whom is recorded at flying of heights which would intercept with wind turbine rotors, correct?
Yes.
And one which did not, correct?
Yes.
You'd accept, wouldn't you, Mr. Organ, that in terms of a suite of information, it's fairly described as fairly limited information that we've got in relation to flight heights?
Yes, we sought to obtain the data set, but unfortunately, as you've just gone through, that's the information we received. So, yeah, ideally, it would be good to have a look in a bit more detail of that data set, but that wasn't available.
And so when we have regard to your conclusion in the last sentence of that paragraph, you'll agree, won't you, that it's not a strong conclusion, it's merely an inference drawn from a limited database. Is that a fair characterisation?
Oh, no, I'm basing it on observations in the field as well. So I've seen bitterns fly around. So, for example, the Western Treatment Plant, where flights are generally quite low between wetlands. Sure, there's likely to be situations where they get up at height, depending on the topography. But I'm confident that a majority of flights wouldn't be at elevations within rotor-swept areas. The majority would be below that, given the ecology of the species and how they fly typically in other situations. But those longer distance flights, yet certainly based on the data, there will be situations where they get up at height.
Yeah, that's a point that I think everyone agreed, yourself and Mr. Van Oster agreed, is that local foraging flights are likely to be lower. In terms, that's right?
Yes.
And in terms of the flights that you observed at the Western Treatment Plant, is that the Western Treatment Plant near Werribee, which is adjacent to a Ramsar wetland?
Yes.
And they would be fairly characterised as foraging flights that you observed in that location?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Member Kendall. They're the questions in respect of the bittern.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. So, Mr. Cumming, I'll invite you to turn your camera on. And Mr. Tobin, I'll get you to stop screen sharing. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Cumming.
Thank you. I have a few questions, starting first with Mr. Van Oster. On page 18 of your witness statement, you said wetland 20636 is 800 metres from turbines, yet you say bittern recommended distance is 1,000 metres. Then you go on to say that's comparable to 800 metres. How is 800 metres comparable to 1,000 metres, and why not remove turbines to give the 1,000 metre buffer?
It's within the realm of 1,000 metres.
But it's how many turbines would you have to remove to give 1,000 metres?
Without being taken to that, I can't comment.
Could you come back with that, please? The next question, page 19 of the witness statements, you've referred to a selection of data from 2 months, 10 years ago for the bittern, but it's only some of the 2 months data. Did you have access to any more of the records?
Sorry, what data are we talking about?
The bittern data?
The GPS track data, or?
Yes, on page 19.
No,
you have
Only the publicly available data.
Right. If you look at the website for Bittens, Robbie was only one of 9 carrying the trackers, but he came back again from May to September on the website and was there for up to 4 months. Did you obtain any of that data?
I didn't obtain any of the data. One of the screenshots on the website depicts that bird's time at Long Swamp for an undisclosed. Yeah, I mean, it's a period of time, but yes.
Doesn't that depiction show that that bird spent a lot of time, it appears, flying up and down along the Ramsar wetlands, along the side of the wind farm?
It shows that bird, yes, using Long Swamp.
Yep. From the website, it appears on the second visit, it was using more area than the first visit. Is that reasonable?
I'd need to review the first visit, which, yeah, I'm not sure. I'd need to see the material.
Did you ask Matt Herring for information for the second visit about where it flew? Did it go over the wind farm or any of those aspects?
Yes.
And how many times did it cross the wind farm from Matt Herring's information? What did he tell you how many times it crossed?
We haven't been given the information.
Oh, you asked but didn't receive?
Yes.
Okay. Of the 10 or 9 or 10 Bittens that were carrying trackers, how many came to Kentbruck area?
One that we know of.
But you don't know if any of the others did. You've only got the records for one.
Only the publicly available, what's on the Bittens in Rice webpage.
Regarding the wetland that you're talking about for mitigation measures, was it Western Nelson? How long will it take that wetland to be rehabilitated so that it would attract Bittens, seeing that currently they mustn't be using it? I'm guessing, otherwise you wouldn't be looking at it. How many years are you talking about before it could attract Bittern?
We've had a very preliminary assessment of that site. So I'm also not a wetland restoration specialist. So I would imagine we are talking, years of time.
Are you aware of the mitigation wetlands that have been implemented for a number of wind farms for Brolga, that after 5 years they still haven't had any nesting activity?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, that's all the questions. I'd like to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Organ. Right, how many wetlands in Victoria do we know that Bittens occupy? Is it a small number or a large number? How many do we know, Mr. Organ?
Well, we don't know the exact number, but there's some key locations along the coast and larger wetlands. So Lake McCowan, Kentbruck wetlands, Western Treatment Plant, a range of other wetlands. Stockyard Hill, there's a large wetland there that have been recorded. So larger wetlands, but right through the Victoria, but there's no documented inventory of sites that are occupied by that species.
Would it be a small number though, or?
That's a relative term compared to what?
Would it be less than 50?
I haven't looked at it. I'd say more than 50.
Aren't you better to apply the precautionary principle and move the wind farm so you don't have to do offsets for species like Bittens and Brolgas and things like that? If you know you're going to kill or displace them and have to do a mitigation, shouldn't a precautionary principle be used to move the turbines instead?
Well, I'm not in a position to comment about moving the whole project, moving individual turbines, but you assess the project as it is based on the location that's proposed against the relevant provisions of the legislation. So and this species is identified as a risk, and there's been a detailed assessment undertaken on that risk, and any residual impacts will be offset against the mitigation hierarchy. So I'm comfortable with that process.
So same question for you about the offset wetland. How many years do you think it would take to bring it in condition where a bittern might want to use it?
Look, it's highly variable depending on the site characteristics. If you're talking specifically about that site to the west of the Glenelg River, I have had a look at aerial photography of that site. There are multiple drains that have been incised or created to drain that wetland. I'm not too sure how many years ago, but one would say long time ago. It does not take long for a wetland to fill. I've looked at multiple wetlands across the landscape over many years where essentially, and the Nature Glenelg Trust can, they've provided the evidence with long swamp essentially blocking off that outlet, and it floods immediately. So the flooding of a wetland can be quite quick. And then the question is, how long will it take for bittern to use a site? It needs to have the site characteristics and microhabitat conditions suitable for that species. Like I said last week, in terms of sufficient cover, given the proximity to pick swamp and Piccaninny wetlands, it's highly likely that Australasian bittern, should it be flooded and should the characteristics support suitable habitat, they'll occupy the site within 6 to 12 months of restoration. And that was evidence based on the long swamp restoration. Within 12 months, Robbie turned up. So it was quite a coincidence, but it was a good outcome.
Don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. So we will now ask Mr. Turner to join us. Mr. Turner, I think you are planning to ask questions. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry, I am here. My questions were in relation to Brolga. Is now the appropriate time?
Oh, no, apologies. I had you down for bittern as well. So, no, Mr. Turner, hold tight.
Well,
We'll come
I
to
could
you.
have one question if we had time. I've got one that's come to mind. I've got a geospatial background, and I'm very interested in GPS data. I was interested with all the tracking that's going on with Robbie, whether you could provide an accuracy in terms of the vertical movements of these birds, plus or minus a couple of metres or whatever.
For which expert?
Yes. Who's that directed to, Mr. Turner?
Mr. Organ, I think, he's provided evidence in relation to Robbie's tracking.
I can't answer that question in terms of the accuracy. Maybe Mr. Van Oster can answer that one, but so I'm not too sure, plus or minus in terms of the elevation, and that would come out in any peer review paper that Dr. Herring's preparing at the moment.
I'd agree, Mr. Organ.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I think that might be a good one to get back to the committee. Because we've got, I guess, the pine plantations here, so that's a buffer above ground, and then we've got the accuracy of the GPS data. So I could see, I'm putting a submission for it here, so quite out of line, but yeah, I think it's important information.
Great, well, thank you.
Just on that, we sought the data, we made the request wasn't granted. The gentleman who holds the data hasn't provided it to us, so we're not going to be able to advance that.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Well, yeah, look, my question is not about the obtaining the data, but just the accuracy of the data. That may be a lot less sensitive. And tracking devices are used in a range of ecological studies on birds. So I think it's quite a general question and important.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. We'll turn our minds to that and come back to you, to the proponent, if we feel like we need any further clarification on that. Thank you. I note that I did jump ahead in my notes. So it is now time for questions from the IAC on the bittern. So I'll hand you to Member Wilkinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Maybe I'll ask this question to Mr. Van Oster first. The the BirdLife Southeast South Australia submission 201 refers to the satellite tracking data, and they argue that this provides evidence that this species does not fly directly between coastal wetlands and flies somewhat erratically inland over pine plantations, including the project area at night time, and that's when travelling from, say, Long Swamp to Peak Swamp. Would you agree with what BirdLife is saying there?
One of those points about flying at night, that's definitely within the Bitters in Rice project website. There's a reference to one of those flights having occurred at night. Yes. And yeah, generally, yes, I think I would agree with what BirdLife are saying about movement of bittern between the swamps.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Organ, you note that, I made the comment that plantations are structurally variable, of course, with the harvesting regimes. So there's a mix of open or low canopy areas to fly through. So would you expect that would have some bearing on where these birds fly and the height?
Yeah, particularly adjacent to Long Swamp or the areas of Long Swamp that are suitable for the species. So they'll fly. There's an access track, public access track that runs north-south through the centre of the pine plantation, and there's other open areas as well, depending on the regime of the logging or the harvesting regime. So there will be areas that are quite open, well below, or that essentially it can fly a couple of metres above the ground, and then there'll be other areas that have mature pine plantation where they'll have to fly above that. But typically birds will fly through the areas of least resistance to reserve energy. So yeah, it'll be variable.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Organ, you in your submission, you note that quote, techniques such as acoustic indexing and core rate modelling offer scientifically robust tools to support improve baseline understanding of Australasian bittern presence and habitat use, and suggest this could be incorporated into the BAMP and used to develop an adaptive trigger response framework. Could you just provide a bit more elaboration on how you would see that working?
Yeah, that's outlined on page 55 of my evidence. I won't go through each technique, but essentially there's been detailed radio tracking for this species in New Zealand, and there's been a number of published papers that look at setting up a series of song meters or data loggers strategically located around a wetland where you leave them out there for a number of months and then collect the data, and you can work out an estimate of a population based on an area. So I've gone through that in my evidence, and likewise there's techniques that have been applied, which I mentioned last week, through the Riverina, where you can use drones and infrared to track where birds are nesting through a wetland. So those techniques can be applied across Long Swamp or other areas surrounding the site to get an estimate of population. So getting that baseline information initially of the population, and then over time tracking those numbers to see whether there's any spatial or temporal changes in population and distribution across the landscape, because they won't be evenly located. There'll be certain areas within a wetland that they prefer and use regularly, and then you can look at where there's any flight paths through either additional radio tracking or the use of the technology which we went through, so Identiflight or other similar systems that can actually identify this particular species and track any movements within Long Swamp or across the site. So we've got the technology available to three things. One, to determine the population size using various techniques. Number two, determining local flights between Long Swamp and other areas out to the west, such as Pick Swamp and Piccaninny Wetlands Swamp. And then three, determining any flight direction and height across the actual project area. so that information can feed into any adaptive management procedures or measures that have been accommodated in the BAMP. If I can just mention, there's been a few questions in relation to the movement of Robbie. It's available on the website. There's a document, and I've quoted it in my evidence. So it's Robbie's gone. I was going to say gone wild, but it's on page 128 of my evidence. Robbie's gone roaming, and there's a couple of screenshots there of where he's moved and what he did and where he went and when and how, and yeah, which I've covered off in my evidence. But if you need further information, it's in there.
Mr. Van Ossen, I'll just give you, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
Only that, I also covered off on similar content in relation to Robbie's movements as depicted on the Bittens in Rice project.
Yep. Mr. Organ, in your evidence last Friday, you indicated that the mitigation measures that are being proposed here reduce the level of the impact to below the significance threshold. And you mentioned, some of those, the buffers, the turbine height, etc. So that conclusion that the mitigation measures are enough to reduce it below that significance threshold, is that based on, or is that reliant in part on the use of a detection system like Identiflight? Or if a detection system wasn't used, would you still have that same conclusion?
Good question. So that's outlined on 66 of my evidence.
Sorry, Mr. Organ, is your computer?
Yeah, it should be.
Do you mind, Madam Chair, if we just get the computer working?
Yes, of course. Take a moment to sort out your tech. Thank you.
I can answer that question while my computer turns on again.
If you're happy to wait.
That's okay.
Prefer.
No, that's right. So yeah, it's probably not just the use of Identiflight.
Mm-hmm.
So there's multiple factors that have led to my conclusion with respect to the significant impact thresholds for this particular species. So in terms of the order is that, number one, the location of suitable habitat in relation to the project area. So there's no large wetlands on the site that would mean that the species would regularly use the site for foraging or nesting. Number two, the national population size, where there's, based on the previous assessment, it was estimated that the population was around 1,200 birds in Australia. Whereas that's been revised based on herring 2022 to 1,300 birds. The next thing that I looked at was the actual avoidance measures. So the removal of a number of turbines out across the eastern part of the site, which essentially removed any risk where a Australasian bittern was recorded during the biosis surveys out where the Brolga were also detected. So the actual avoidance measures, and then having the suitable buffers from Long Swamp and other wetlands out, so 5+ kilometres from Lake Oxbow and other areas where the species has got a higher likelihood of utilising those wetlands, so having sufficient buffers. And then the third thing is having that adaptive management process whereby looking at curtailment systems, So that alone, based on there'll be post-approval monitoring requirements. If identified, so a short answer is, I've gone through a number of steps to get to that conclusion, and the use of a curtailment or detection system would enhance our understanding of the species movement patterns, and I believe that needs to be undertaken, needs to be implemented to have a high level of additional information on the species. So those residual risks were below the threshold of 1% of the population.
So just to clarify, with is it the detection system that sort of pushes it over that or under that threshold, or without a detection system, would you still say it wasn't significant?
Now, I think if you look at this species and you look at the avoidance measures that have been implemented for a similar species in terms of a bird species with Brolga, of a combined buffer of 900 metres, that's sufficient to reduce the risk down in terms of movements, because we know that, yes, there is likely to be those longer distance movements. The only way you can determine whether this species will be impacted through the project will be through post-approval detection. And I believe that given the sensitivity of the long swamp wetlands, and we know that the bird flies across this site, albeit one would say at a very low proportion of flights, that system would need to be implemented. And then over the course of a year or 2 years, so we've got an opportunity prior to any construction to capture that data. And then during the construction phase, the operational phase, if it's seen to be that the risk is still low, or then there may be a decision or an agreement between DECA and the proponent that ongoing curtailment or the use of this system isn't required. So I think initially, yes, to inform movement patterns. And then the question is, okay, what if you set it up and you find that there's multiple birds flying across the site at rotor-swept area? That you would just trigger there's a trigger event, and you would adapt. You would, and it'll be at a certain time of year potentially, so you would just adapt that curtailment during the high risk periods.
Yeah, thanks. Because what I'm partly picking up is that you reached the conclusion that you didn't think the residual impacts were significant. Mr. Venosta, on what was a precautionary approach, reached the conclusion that the residual impacts were significant. I don't think there's a big difference between your two views. It's really just a matter of it's recognise the uncertainty and just which way that tips it.
And then ultimately the key thing is whether there's a net zero impact on the species, and with the implementation of the offset plan, that could cater for any residual impacts in terms of offsetting those losses. So if there's 1 or 2 or 3 birds per 5 years or 10 years, then there's an opportunity, or there's a requirement to rehabilitate and restore wetlands, which I've identified a number of sites. There's multiple others. If the one out to the west isn't, for whatever reason, pursued or not suitable because the landowner isn't supportive of it, there are a lot of wetlands near, northeast of the site or other areas that provide suitable habitat for this species that can be restored. So that would offset any residual impact on the project.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just can see Mr. Tobin.
Just a question of clarification. Mr. Organ's spoken to offsets there. I just want to understand whether I'd understood his earlier evidence to be that the offset was only required if there was a significant impact, not that the offset would be provided in the ordinary course. I think that's still the case, but it's important for our submissions.
Thank you. I'm happy to direct that to seek clarification from you on that, Mr. Organ.
Well, technically, yes, you don't necessarily need to create an offset for a particular species under the EPBC Act if there's no residual impact. But here that's not the case because the proponent's actually assuming the precautionary principle or applying the precautionary principle, saying that there's a risk of a significant impact. Therefore, we're looking at that offset process or offset plan for this particular species. Yeah, so I hope, does that answer your question? In terms of my position is that if it was not a significant impact, then the offset wouldn't be required. But the offset's been put forward, and it's up to the Commonwealth or the committee to make a recommendation as to whether that needs to be undertaken.
Thank you. Yes, Member Wilkinson.
Yeah. I guess just to maybe just to further clarify that whether an offset is formally required, will be up to the Commonwealth Environment Minister when they make their decision, or the delegate of the minister. If the minister, maybe it's a question probably more for Mr. Venosta, if the Commonwealth Minister doesn't require an offset, would there be any intention to voluntarily provide an offset?
My understanding at this point is that is the process the proponent is going through. They're identifying potential offset sites and looking at them as a preemptive measure, as Mr. Organ described.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a commitment there to do this, to look for offsets, and yes.
Yeah, so it's there if it's required. Yeah. Is it possible to get up the environmental management framework document and mitigation measure BD12 up on the screen?
Could I?
Someone able to?
I'm just observing that you might be still having tech issues, Mr. Organ.
I'm happy to keep going, but I just...
Does it mean you can't access documents?
No, I'm happy. That's fine.
Okay, so if you find that you're not able to answer a question directed to you because of that, I'm happy to break for a few minutes.
Just need a new charger, I think.
Okay.
Or another one.
I think let's break for a few minutes.
Yeah, can I just recommend we do have a break?
Yes, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes sense to have access to the information.
Yeah, definitely.
That screen is with the room, so if anything's shared, Aaron could look at that. That's needed.
I'll let you work out how this is resolved. If you think it's only 5 minutes, I'm happy to sit here. Otherwise, we can come back in a few minutes.
Let's see how we go in 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Thank you.
It works.
It works. We'll still give you a couple of minutes to set it up, and then we'll keep going if that's okay.
Would you like for us to share the screen?
Yes, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
That's document 158.
And BD12 is the one that
BD12?
Yeah, if we can get that one up.
Yeah.
Page 16, I think.
Sure.
Mr. Organ, you're good.
It's still loading. It's
still
coming up.
loading. Okay,
I'll let you know when it's come up.
Are you able to read that, or are you still?
Yeah, I can read it.
That's okay. We'll just wait a minute until you.
Mm-hmm.
think we'll break for 5 minutes. We'll just wander out, come back in 5. So we'll let you get that on top of that, Mr. Organ. Thank you. We'll see everybody back here in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. I'll just check. Are we good to go? Yes.
I think we've got the computer up and running, but Mr. Ogden, were you looking for certain documents, or did you?
Okay, so in that context, if we're screen sharing there's just a couple more questions.
Yeah.
And if we're able to screen share the documents, will that work for you, Mr. Organ? Yes, thank you. If there's something you can't respond to because of your computer, please let us know and we'll let you take those on notice. Yep. Thank you. So we'll continue. And Member Wilkinson, thank you. Just get you to repeat the question.
Yeah.
We're just
Or start the question.
having. Oh no, there we go. Good. Thank you.
So the question comes back to your evidence where you suggest that a system like Identiflight, or something that's equivalent, could help with you've a few dot points here: collecting baseline data, refining species-specific risk profiles, informing curtailment triggers, identifying high-use flight corridors, validating species detection, and optimizing system performance. That's mentioned in your evidence. The relevant dot point is probably the third dot point, which is the commitment for the BAM to include a plan for monitoring species of concern prior to commissioning. I think, can you read that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question is about that dot point. Are you satisfied that this commitment adequately addresses your recommendations?
Yes. Yeah, it covers it off adequately. The third dot point, yes.
Yeah. Okay. The second dot point is about sort of investigating the potential benefits of using this technology, and it's based on the cost, the benefit, etc. On that point, are you able to comment on whether the technology has already been shown to be cost effective for certain species?
I can't really comment. Or maybe if you can expand on that question regarding cost effective, what do you mean by that?
Well, that I guess, at the cost of the system, or the benefits they gain from the, from the reduction in mortality that's achieved through using the system. Those benefits outweigh the costs of using such a system.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the economics of the project, but what I do know is that that these systems cost a lot to install if they're a permanent structure. However, Identiflight and others are mobile, so they can be moved around and they can be set up. And like I said last week, is that a system's been installed for the proposed Basham wind farm. So that's a gold wind site in Tasmania, to actually capture data of the species that are present and the relative use and height across a particular area. And you can move those units around depending on, for example, where the highest sensitivity for a particular species may be. And it would be a very low initial cost compared with employing people who go out there and collect data out in the field over multiple days, hours, that may not capture the same level of data as these systems do. So I'd say that it's very cost effective. Yeah, and it informs. You can use that data to then determine how to manage the project.
Mhm. Okay, thanks. In answer to a question I asked on Thursday, Mr. Chesil advised that Identiflight would be able to detect collisions with a rotor or any other structure. Are you aware of it being used for this purpose, either in Australia or overseas?
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm not saying it's can't be done, but I'm not aware of it. I'm not one of the I'm not too sure whether that can be determined. However, one thing that it does do, it tracks the movement of birds across the site, and it's time stamped, so you can actually look at data going back days or months. And one would assume that given that the tracking capability, you can look retrospectively at a bird crossing a site, and then again, hypothetically, if it just stops, there should be sufficient data to determine whether that was due to a turbine strike by looking at the pathway of that movement, bird movement. I'm not too sure whether they actually do that in Cattle Hill, because since they've adjusted one of the Identiflight units, there has not been one mortality of an eagle since then. So that's been over a year or so. There was a number of mortalities at that site, but then since that, the adjustment of one of the units, my understanding is that there's been no additional fatalities. So, but one would say the technology can track the movement of flights, and then therefore it might instigate a follow-up check of a particular turbine, for example. I'm thinking off the top of my head here, if you got that data and you'd see that it's stopped, then it might trigger a response to get out there with a conservation detection dog to see whether a carcass has or whether there's been a fatality at that particular site. So the technology is that powerful, but I haven't spoken to I haven't got specific experience with that. I'm just relying on my understanding of the technology.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Mr. Van Oster, do you have anything to add to that? Or?
No, not to answer your question.
Yeah, okay. Okay, just one last question. Perhaps for Mr. Van Oster in the first instance. The submission from the Victoria National Parks Association argues that bird averters on power lines are unlikely to be effective for the Australasian bittern because they only work with birds with good forward vision, and they have limited effectiveness at night and in poor weather when bitterns are more likely to be flying. Do you agree with that comment?
They will have limited capacity nocturnally for some species. I can't comment accurately on the vision of Australasian bittern. I would have thought it is a forward. Its eyesight would be forward because of the way that it's hunting its prey. Yeah.
Mr. Organ, do you have
I can't see how they can't. Why there'd be? Yeah, I don't know where they've captured that information from or evidence. There's no evidence to suggest that they're less likely to see obstacles than brole or other species. So I'm not too sure why they've highlighted that as an increased risk for this particular species. I don't know of any published literature in that regard. So one would say that it'd be very similar to other water birds in terms of their avoidance capabilities.
All right, thank you. Member Kendall.
Thank you. I just have one follow-up question for both of you relating to BD12 and the dot points that Member Wilkinson did ask you about in relation to the technology. My question is the dot point that does, the third dot point under the BAMP plan must include a plan for monitoring species of concern prior to commissioning, with consideration of best practice survey methods and areas and provision of the utilisation of technology in undertaking that monitoring if proportionate to the benefits of utilisation of the technology. Could I just ask in practical terms how you would go about interpreting and applying proportionate to the benefits? And I'll start with you, Mr. Van Oster.
I guess proportionate to the benefits is considering avoiding collisions for the species of concern that we're using the technology for. So in that regard, if we're talking about Australasian bittern, if offsets are required, that's a time-consuming and it's an expensive process. So I guess we're looking at how proportionate the use of that technology is to avoid that kind of cost.
Thank you.
I think that's proportionate.
Yeah. Is there a methodology or an approach that you would use for that type of consideration?
Of the technology or the cost benefit?
The assessment of proportionate. Is it something that you've had experience with in a similar context?
No, not really. It's the cost of pursuing the offsets, I suppose, is what I do have experience with.
Thank
you. And that can be expensive.
Thank you. No, that's clear. Mr. Organ, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, it's very weirdly worded. It's hard to interpret what that means. So all I'd suggest is maybe rewording that. Who's to say in what regard is it proportionate? Yeah, so, and the provision for utilisation of technology in understanding that monitoring, if proportionate to the benefits of the utilisation of the technology, it's very poorly written. We know what the technology is. We know how we can apply it. We know what the knowledge gaps are. It just needs to be done.
And your understanding of the intent then, could you just clarify that?
The intent
of that requirement? If it were to be redrafted, what would you be wanting it to achieve?
So the first part, include a plan for monitoring the species of concern to commissioning with consideration of best practice survey methods and areas. Yes, I agree with that. And the provision for the utilisation of technology in undertaking the monitoring. Yes, that's fine. Maybe the last if proportionate to the benefits of utilisation of technology. I don't understand entirely what they're trying to say there.
Thank you.
The benefits are clear. We're not just going to, if hypothetically throw up a few units and there's no benefits, you would do it if it's relevant and if it can capture the right data in the right areas. And it's not going to be across the whole 105 turbines. There's only be like a few areas where you would apply this technology to further get that information. Although in saying that, there may be a situation we have control sites versus, it can be structured in a way that you're capturing the right data. And there are benefits, but there might be certain questions that can't be answered with the technology, which could be supplemented with other surveys, with conventional surveys. So, I don't know. I don't draft the conditions, but there may need. It's a good question. There may be a bit fine tuning of that point.
Thank you. So no further questions from the IAC. I'll hand you to Mr. Chessel for, I imagine, some questions of re-examination.
Yes, thank you. So the plan is to re-examine on bittern and then move to...
Right. And I'll just note now, we'll have a break between the cross-examination. So when you've finished your re-examination, we'll break for 15 minutes and then come back and do the questions relating to Brolga.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for Mr. Organ. Mr. Organ, you recall that Mr. Tobin asked you some questions this morning concerning flight height data in respect of the bittern?
Yes.
And in those questions, Mr. Tobin made a distinction between the data as it concerns what I'll describe the migratory movements between wetland complexes, as opposed to the resident movements whilst the birds reside within wetland complexes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the questions were premised on the basis that the resident movements would likely be of a lower height as opposed to the migratory movements. Do you recall that?
That was put to me, yes.
And the flight height data, that is the GPS data, the figures of between, I think it's 5 up to 70 and 56 metres that were obtained from Dr. Herring, they relate to migratory movements. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, can you explain on how many occasions would you expect birds of this species to undertake migratory movements throughout the course of the year?
It's hard to determine because, one, we didn't realise they moved from the riverina to the coastal wetlands until this technology was applied to these individuals. So that was quite illuminating in actually capturing a gap in our knowledge of the species. But one would say that it doesn't make ecological sense for a bird in the breeding grounds in the riverina. The reason why they move on from those areas to coastal areas or other wetlands in central Victoria or other larger suitable wetlands is because the rice fields become unattractive or not suitable post-breeding, because that's when they harvest the rice crops, and therefore birds move across the landscape. Some of them move locally to other rice paddies or rice areas or other irrigation areas, and then it just so happened that those 3 individuals were tracked to Tookarook wetlands or Tookarook swamp, one down at Long Swamp and another one off the eastern coast in New South Wales. So not every bird of that population is likely to have these long distance flights. So it's, number one, a majority of their time when they're breeding is either riverina or in coastal wetlands. They're there permanently, so therefore the flight heights would just remain at lower height. But it's highly unlikely, the ecology of a species, where they'd fly, say, 10 times or 20 times or 30 times across the season, because it just doesn't make sense, because they're not necessarily going to fly back to an area that's not suitable. Robbie was a juvenile bird. Who knows, maybe, we can't, it was 3 times he flew down to Piccaninny, Pick Swamp, then flew back up to the riverina and is flown back down again. And then the transmitter dropped off. But it's highly unlikely that these movements would occur on a regular basis. So
I suppose the better way for me to have asked the question is, what proportion of flights would you estimate are migratory as opposed to the resident movements?
I won't put a percentage on it, but it'll be a very significantly low proportion of their flights.
And so what is the risk profile that this project poses to the resident movements that are the majority of movements of these species?
Relatively low. And again, I'd look at where the habitat is on the site, which there are no suitable wetlands on the site itself. And then you look at the surrounding landscape. So the wetlands through this landscape are restricted to the coastal environment largely, with Kentbruck Heath up to the northeast. But areas throughout a majority of the turbine configuration to the north, you've got Lower Glenelg National Park. There's no suitable habitat, or very little suitable habitat where you'd expect those regular flights. So they'd be restricted to those coastal wetlands where the high quality habitat occurs, because they're very specialised in terms of what they need. They don't just hang out in a little depression and stay there and move around. They're mainly restricted to the high quality wetlands along the coast.
There were some questions raised concerning observations or submissions made by, I think it was, I forget which submitter it was, but a submitter making observations about the nocturnal movement patterns of this species. What is your understanding, Mr. Organ, about the times of day where these species undertake the majority of their movements?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of information on that. There was, Mr. Van Oster alluded to that, there was that one of those movements from memory. Robbie stopped off from the Riverina. There was one track record in Victoria, and I think the northern part of Victoria, and then that was, from memory, was a nocturnal, and it's in that document that I mentioned earlier. Robbie gone wild on the wherever it is, but essentially, yeah, they do move around, or they do move during diurnal and nocturnal periods. But in terms of the proportion of those flights, I'm not aware of whether there's been a study undertaken on that.
And Mr. Van Oster, do you have any observations to make about the times of the day during which this species is most active?
Yes, the local movements within the wetlands where the bird is residing are more likely to happen early in the morning and then again at dusk.
They're the resident movements, as I described them a moment ago?
Yes.
And the migratory movements, are they less certain, or is there data about when they occur?
Well, we have essentially the example of Robbie, which I believe there is a reference to some of that movement occurring overnight.
Just to complete this exercise, Mr. Van Oster, you heard the evidence given by Mr. Organ a moment ago about the proportion of flights that are resident as opposed to migratory,
yes,
and the relevant or the relative risk profile of those two types of movements. Do you have anything to add in respect of the answers that Mr. Organ gave?
I agree with Mr. Organ's answer on the proportion.
And so do you agree then that the most significant risk posed by this project relates to the migratory movements as opposed to the resident movements?
Yes.
And do you agree that that's a small proportion of the bird's movements?
Yes.
And just to complete this exercise, it's really an open question to you both. I'll pose it first to Mr. Organ. How does that compare to species like the wedge-tailed eagle in the Tasmanian context? What proportion of the movements of that species are potentially impacted by a project of this type?
It's a really good question, and it's relevant for the post-approval monitoring reports, which I'm sure will be touched on shortly. The majority of those mortalities are birds that reside on the site. So Australian magpie, skylark, brown falcon, Nankeen kestrel, wedge-tailed eagle. So in the context of Cattle Hill, there's thousands of flights. There's literally tens of hundreds of flights per day across the site. You look at the mortality rate, and we'll talk about white-throated needletail, there's 5,000 flights across the site where there's been very little mortality. So here we're talking about such a small number of flights potentially, where if you take the 15% population of the 1,200 birds, that's 195 birds that would occur through this landscape, assuming that 15% is correct, which, again, based on evidence, there's no substantive justification around the 15% mark of the population. So you look at the total population that could potentially reside within the local area, 195 birds. Of those, where they're going to be situated across the landscape, and the movement is significantly low, and therefore the risk is significantly low for this particular species, because they're a wetland species, and it's not like you've got a wall of turbines. They will avoid areas. They'll fly at lower rotor swept height. Based on the information that Mr. Herring's provided, they can get up higher, but if you factor in all those key things and you get to the conclusion that the risk profile is significantly low compared with other species that occupy a wind farm and use a wind farm, and therefore at a greater risk of fatality.
Thank you. Mr. Van Oster, do you have anything to add to that answer?
Just briefly, yes. I mean, in comparison with the eagle versus bitten example, a wedge-tailed eagle is going to be flying for the majority of its time and scanning for carrion. So it's daily routine and behaviour in terms of what it does presents more risk for a species like that than it does for Australasian bittern that is tied to the wetlands where it's resident and where it needs to breed and forage.
Thank you. They're the questions by way of re-examination.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Van Oster, Mr. Organ. And I know we're coming back to, I think we're changing. Oh no, Mr. Van Oster, you're staying with us, aren't you, for Brolga questions? So we'll break now for 15 minutes and then we'll come back and we'll commence with some questions and I'll hand to Mr. Tobin to start after the break. So we'll see everybody back in 15. Thank you.
John, I'll be experienced. With us. Sorry, what are you after? Just replace the light. Yep.
Great, thank you. I'll just, if I could get an indication that those online can hear us. Member Joyner, could you let me know? Thumbs up is fine. I can hear that, yes. Thank you very much.
I'm here. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you very much, Mr. Tobin.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Before I ask a few questions about the Brolga, there was the issue in preliminary matters this morning about the email from Mr. Turner,
Yes.
and I can advise that DECA does not object to the use of that material or its tabling.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Venosta, what I propose to do is to ask you some questions about the Brolga, and then Mr. Organ, I'm going to ask you if you disagree with the evidence as the short way home in terms of timing, if that's okay. I'm not trying to close you down, so if you've got something to say, please do. The first thing I wanted to take you to, Mr. Venosta, is one of the management measures, which is BR01, and it's just coming up onto screen now. And it's right, isn't it, that insofar as this management measure addresses construction during the Brolga breeding season, it draws a distinction between most construction activities and, relevantly here, the main substation works. That's right?
Yes,
And that's a matter that you address directly in your evidence, isn't it?
it is.
And then swapping over to document 260 in the proceeding, and this is the interim guidelines. Do you need me to take you to the top of the document, or are you sufficiently familiar, I expect?
That's fine.
Yep. And I wanted to highlight this part of the document, which talks to, it's on page 13, which talks to turbine-free buffer zone. Blow it up a little bit, if I can. It then goes, it talks about turbine-free buffer zones recommended to remove potential impacts. Within these areas, new power lines should generally be excluded or placed underground. Other infrastructure that might impact on Brolgas, such as new roads, should be placed to avoid disturbance. Now, of course, that doesn't speak to a substation, but what I wanted to ask you was, do you consider that the substation fits within that theme of infrastructure within the turbine-free zone?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
It does, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we then go to your evidence statement, see if that swaps over, and it does. And this is your evidence statement, which is document 67 at page 33. And this is the discussion you have about the project's main substation, correct?
Yes.
And you draw a conclusion that I've just sought to highlight in green there, where you indicate that you consider that disturbance is possible from substation construction during the breeding seasons that will span the construction phase. That's right?
That's correct, yes.
And the construction phase for the substation is a relatively long period, isn't it?
I believe it was over the space of a couple of years.
Well,
I've got it here.
Yeah. I think up above here you say it's the exception here. You say 1.5 to 2 years from site establishment to energisation.
Yes.
And then the last thing I wanted to take you to in your evidence before we return to some questions about the measure, you conclude at the bottom, you say, if it's determined that a Brolga breeding attempt has failed during construction of the substation, that measures will need to be undertaken to offset this impact, and this would be likely be achieved by the Brolga compensation plan. Now, in ordinary terms, when there's a Brolga compensation plan, is it ordinarily the case that the offsets associated with that plan would be established prospectively rather than an event occurring and then having an offset?
Yes, prospectively, yes.
Yeah. So this would be unusual in that respect to undertake the substation works, have a problem arise, and then have some additional compensation.
I guess it's somewhat unusual, yes.
Okay. Let's return to the measure. Sorry, balancing a couple of screens here. Now, the text in the measure that relates to the substation are found in this new text that was inserted in the day one version down the bottom there. Will I make that a bit bigger for you?
Yes, please.
If I can. Have you read that text before?
Yes, I have.
Now, in relation to that text, it is preferable, isn't it, that these works are to the extent practicable undertaken outside of the breeding season.
Yes.
And when I read that text, what it does in the last line is it does indicate that the most potentially disruptive works are outside of the breeding season. But I wanted to ask your opinion about whether or not that gives effect to your last answer, or whether that could be reworded in a way that seeks to further emphasise the need to have works outside of the breeding season.
Sorry, what's the first part of that question?
Well, I think you agreed with me that it's desirable that these works occur outside of the breeding season.
Yes.
What we've got here is a proposition that the most disruptive works will be outside of the breeding season. Let me put it more directly. Would it be better if rather than just saying the most potentially disruptive works are outside of the breeding system, that all works, wherever possible, are outside of the breeding season?
Oh, it would, but my understanding is it's not practicable to do so because of the time required in order to undertake the works.
Are there particular types of works that and tell me, you might not know the answer in terms of the construction methodology, but are there particular elements of the construction that are things that you consider are most likely to be disruptive during breeding season? Because there'll be a construction and a commissioning phase over that 1.5 to 2 years, won't there?
Yes, I assume so.
And are you concerned by people coming and going from the substation in terms of commissioning?
Not so much people coming and going. I would probably attribute more disturbing works to high impact, like loud, anything that's using light potentially.
Sorry, loud?
Yeah, so noises and anything that's using artificial light.
Artificial
might potentially
light?
be more disturbing during the breeding season.
And when you say loud, you mean either by internal works or machinery delivering stuff and the like?
Yeah, construction noise.
Okay. The last question on this is, do you consider that you've agreed with me that it's unusual to have this sort of post-event compensation proposal. I just wanted to ask you why that's appropriate in this instance.
Well, the extent that we've gone to avoid, or the proponent has gone to avoid impacts to breeding habitat. And this is, I guess, an exception to that.
Now, Mr. Organ, is there anything that you've heard in those questions or answers, and I can go back through them if you need, where you differ from the opinions expressed by Mr. Venosta?
Yes. There's 3 wetlands that are in question. They're essentially covered by the buffer. So that's in Appendix 2 of the Brolga Assessment Report. And it specifically relates to wetland number 57, 58, and 63. So those 3 wetlands, there were no breeding observed in those 3 wetlands. But my reading of the assessment undertaken by Biosis is that they've mapped all the potential breeding sites. So there's no confirmed breeding at those sites. And then they've applied the 900-metre buffer around those wetlands. And because those buffers intersect the buffers of the other buffers, they've essentially put a broad buffer around those 3 wetlands. The nearest wetland is site 50. 58. That's within, looks like 500 metres from that terminal station, and in Appendix 2 of the technical report. So where I depart from what Mr. Venosta said is that this is a site-specific mitigation measure in terms of minimising the disturbance during construction at those wetlands, assuming that the birds would ever use them for breeding. But a conservative approach has been applied here, saying that there's potential, although they weren't recorded there. So I don't know. I haven't looked at the data in terms of the suitability of those 3 sites to support a breeding population, but one would say they're suitable because they've been mapped. A offset wouldn't necessarily be applied, hypothetically, if there's construction commences at that site and there's a situation where the Brolga's breeding there and there's a level of disturbance, there'll be measures in place to minimise that disturbance. I don't think it would trigger an offset requirement should, say, hypothetically, a nest is abandoned. The offset's locked away and sorted. You can't retrospectively go back and update the offset management plan. The offset management plan looks at offsetting residual impacts based on the collision risk model. And the collision risk model looks at 7.5 birds over the life of the project, which equals 15 birds to offset in the Brolga compensation plan. There's not a requirement to then retrospectively go back and look at any other offsets for the situation during construction. This could happen throughout other areas as well, where there's traffic or disturbance or whatever, that there's no accommodation for any retrospective applying additional measures for offsets. So, and one last point, you've got to be pragmatic here in that you can't, and I've been in situations where other projects are very restrictive in terms of limiting works at a certain period of time outside the breeding period or the entire year. It has massive implications associated with the delivery of the project, I would suspect. So you can't be that restrictive in terms of saying no works during a certain time of year. Common sense should prevail in that there's pre-clearance surveys as per the BAM plan. We go out there during that particular time of year, and then it'll inform mitigation measure to ensure that there's, protective fencing or that the construction crew are aware of it, toolbox meetings. So there's a range of, and that'll be articulated in the construction environmental management plan. So there's a range of things to mitigate against any disturbance during construction for the species, which is consistent with other projects like Stockyard Hill Wind Farm and other projects we deal with these issues when you've got construction crews out on site. But in terms of any additional offset that would be warranted, no, that the offset's based on the residual loss associated with fatalities with turbines.
Thank you, Mr. Organ. Mr. Van Oster, I want to just very briefly return to Appendix A, which is the options assessment. And you recall you said you couldn't remember a lot of detail about it when we last discussed it, but you did have a hand in it, albeit that it's some time ago. That's how I understood your evidence.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Tobin. Sorry to interrupt. Are we right to assume that these questions are for Parks Victoria?
Sorry, this is for Parks Victoria.
The previous
yes,
taken?
correct.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chessel.
Sorry, my recollection of our conversation last week about this was that this was the options analysis that was initially undertaken.
Yeah, that's
in
right.
the exhibited version of the EES.
Yeah, that's right. And I understand that you had some hand in providing advice during the formation of the options assessment.
Yes, and to the extent that field work I was involved in would have informed decisions made, yes.
Just one question, and it may be that you can recollect this or not, but are you able to provide advice on why there was a specific Brolga matter, Brolga being one important species of concern, but there are others. There's the southern bent-winged bat. We've just spent the morning talking about the bittern and so forth. Why, are you able to shed any light on why the Brolga is highlighted as a specific matter when other environmental or fauna matters are wrapped up into more holistic controls, or not controls, assessment points?
My understanding of it is that it's making reference to the overhead power line being potentially within 3.2 kilometres.
Okay.
Does that answer your?
All right. That's right. That's the categorization of it. And is that because of that? That is why Brolgas are plucked out of the various species to have their own category?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Member Kendall. They're all the questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cumming, I'll invite you to put your camera on.
Okay. We can clear the screen, I guess.
Yes, thank you. Whoever's sharing, Mr. Tobin, thank you.
Okay, first, Ms. Van Oster, the questions. On the first page of your witness statement, you state that you've completed the assessment in accordance with the relevant federal, state and local legislations and current industry best practice. Don't the Wildlife Flora and Fauna Guarantee Acts prohibit disturbance or displacement of threatened and endangered species?
That question was answered to the extent by Mr. Gibson. Do the committee need me to?
I'm happy for you to just answer, Mr. Van Oster.
Well,
or if you're happy to adopt, if you'd like to adopt Mr.
I'm happy to adopt Mr. Gibson's response to that question from previous.
Okay. Would best practice mean using the most current Arthur Riley GPS tracking from 2024 and 25 and post-completion reports of 16 other wind farms that have documented displacement and failure to breed for several kilometres?
No, that's not what we have achieved with this assessment. No, we haven't included this.
Wouldn't best practice mean using all the current information, not stuff that's 15 years old?
I'm sorry, I'm going to try and refrain from objecting to questions to the extent that I can, but that question is just premised upon a series of propositions that are not correct. The assessment didn't rely upon data that was 15 years old, nor does the series of documents that Mr. Cumming refers to establish that there's been disturbance as a consequence of wind farms. So,
thank you. I hear your objection.
Okay. I will endeavour to show that what I'm saying does show disturbance, but we'll move on. So is there any reason you didn't use current GPS and post-completion reports?
The GPS data you're referring to, I'm assuming, is collected from birds in northern Victoria by the Arthur Rylah Institute.
There's, I think, 4 or 5 birds in northern Victoria and 3 in southwestern Victoria near Portland.
Well, I haven't seen any of the data for anywhere near Portland. They're all in northern Victoria, the ones that are available publicly. That data also has a caveat on it on that website saying that data is not fit for making planning decisions. Hasn't been verified or interpreted in the way that other data has.
Have you asked DECA to provide data that you would consider is more relevant?
No.
On page 8, section 32 of your witness statement, you state 9 days of field work you did at Kentbruck over 6 years. Do you consider 9 days as sufficient work for this sort of project?
Sorry, can you take me to where? Is that 9 days personally that I undertook, or?
Yes.
Well, that's the contribution in terms of field work that I had for the project.
And you think that's sufficient?
It's what was required for my input.
On page 22 of your witness statement, you refer to De Geschlen 2003 to show what the main threats of Brolga are. In 2003, how many large-scale wind farms, if any, were in Brolga home ranges at the time?
I don't know exactly.
I think it's 0. In 2003, how many wind turbines, which are tiny to today's standards, were in home range of Brolgas?
Same answer.
Wouldn't wind farms' disturbance and displacement now be seen as a significant threat to Brolga, being so many wind turbines in Victoria?
We have no evidence to suggest that effect is occurring.
On page 56, you say Biosis never reported Brolga on Yambuck or Codrington, suggesting they were never there, but doesn't the VBA show historic Brolga records there?
Without checking the report, I don't know, but yes, there may be records of Brolga historically in that region, but certainly Biosis did not record Brolga there.
Page 57, you referred to genetics reports, which you suggested that the northern Brolgas and southern Brolgas were basically the same, but don't those reports suggest that the southern Brolga is genetically isolated and the southern Brolga is split into 2 separate genetic groups?
No, they don't. There's a further paper that suggests that they are genetically similar.
I will handle that in my presentation. We won't go any further. But don't the genetic reports say that the northern Brolgas have interbred with the Surrus crane and those hybrids are also breeding?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The northern Brolga are interbreeding with the Surrus crane and their hybrid offspring are also breeding?
I'm not sure what it says about Brolgas in Northern Australia and what they're doing in terms of breeding there.
Okay, I'll handle that in my submission as well. But if the northern Brolga population is being watered down by Surrus crane in breeding, doesn't that make the southern Brolga more significant in its genetics?
I'm not an expert on genetics and how that effect would work.
Okay, on page 57, you quote the guidelines saying that the buffer has to exclude any significant reduction in breeding success caused by turbines. Wouldn't displacement from breeding and flocking and causing failure to breed qualify as a reduction of breeding success if it existed?
Yes, there's potential for that.
Yep. Page 6 of the guidelines, interim guidelines, says the overall objective of these guidelines is to manage the cumulative impact of multiple wind farms assessed and operating independently within the Brolga home range. So there's no net effect or any positive effect. Now, have you read any of the, apart from the handful that you've written, have you read any of the post-completion reports to see if there is a cumulative impact?
Look, I haven't had time to read everything that was tabled the other day. What I can comment on for the committee is that at least the reports that Biosis completed for Dundonnell Wind Farm and Salt Creek Wind Farm, we did record brolgas in those post-completion reports.
Okay, but in the 16 wind farms been operating for like nearly 20 years, some of them, over all that 20 years, have you never read any of the other post-completion reports?
I have seen I've seen post-completion reports for other wind energy facilities, yes.
But have you read them about the brolga impact, I'm asking?
Well, I haven't noted that there's been a brolga impact from them that you're stating.
On page 8 of the guidelines, doesn't it state that siting turbines to avoid and minimise impacts on breeding and non-breeding habitat where brolgas spend the vast majority of the year, it's talking a vast majority, to avoid potential impacts? Doesn't that mean far more than just a few weeks where chicks are walking, like in Veltham 2019? Doesn't vast majority of the year mean more than 2 weeks?
No, the guidelines are clear in terms of what they seek proponents to protect in terms of habitat and recruitment of brolgas.
But that's page 8 of the guidelines. It says you avoid and minimise impacts of breeding and non-breeding habitat where they spend the vast majority of the year. That is the guidelines.
If you could take me to that would be useful. It might assist the
Page
committee
8.
as well.
I'm just wondering if somebody, the proponent, could share that on screen. That's easy to access. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you make it a bit bigger, please? Is that possible?
But to make this most efficient, in my submission, if you are to quote from part of the guideline, one needs to read the full paragraph, put the full paragraph to the witness, which makes quite clear how that objective is to be achieved.
The paragraph says, siting turbines to avoid and minimise impacts on breeding and non-breeding habitats where brolgas spend the vast majority of the year is an important strategy for avoiding potential wind farm impacts on brolgas habitat where they spend the vast majority of the year, I think is a, if not a direct quote, a fairly direct quote.
It is, but the paragraph continues over the next column to explain how that would be achieved. Yeah. And the focus...
Thank you, Mr. Chess. I understand what you're saying. Mr. Van Oster, I'll get you to have a look at the wording of the provision there.
Yes, it does go on to say, and in quote, turbine siting would be used to exclude any significant reduction in breeding success caused by turbines. That's to be achieved by establishing turbine-free areas around all potential brolga nesting sites sufficient to have no significant impact on the likelihood of successful breeding. And then the following sentence talks about non-breeding or flocking sites, and that turbine-free buffers should be designed to exclude any significant impact on survivorship of brolgas while occupying that flocking site.
And when these were written, it was 3.2 kilometres and 5 kilometres was the recommended distances.
Mr. Cumming, did you have a specific question?
I'm asking if that's been misinterpreted when both Biosis and the handbook are trying to use Veltham 2019 instead of vast majority of the year.
Is you asking me whether it's been misinterpreted?
Yes.
I think so, Mr.
No.
Van Oster. Thank you.
So basically 11 days of tracking, you'll say, is sufficient for a vast majority of the year. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that we're referring to what has been published in peer-reviewed literature and is now part of the handbook that's just been released.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that works out for the handbook. But anyway, if the next question is table document, which was my 8, which is now 285, which is FOI documents from DECA.
So can I just ask for an opportunity to open that document? Document 285, was it, Mr. Cumming?
285, yep. Page 6, point 36.
I think the protocol, Member Kendall, was to ask the witness whether they'd had an opportunity to review the document.
Right.
Is that right?
Thank you.
Have you had the opportunity to review the document?
Which document are we referring to?
285, which was OVIC, DECA, FOI.
Not in any detail. I think I'm aware that document was tabled.
So, Mr. Venosta, you have or you haven't reviewed it?
I haven't reviewed it.
Haven't reviewed it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that document confirms that it was only 400 GPS records used for Veltham 2019. So if you haven't read that, it might be good because that's a very small percentage out of something like 80,000.
Mr. Cumming, could I just ask if you could I'm not hearing a question. I'm going to ask if you could ask a direct question, and we understand Mr. Venosta hasn't reviewed the document.
Okay. If there's potentially 80,000 GPS records available and that Veltham 19 has only used 400, would you consider that suitable or scientific?
Yes. Yeah,
Wow.
the data that's suitable for demonstrating what the Brolga breeding home range is, it's suitable for that purpose.
Bios has carried out post-completion reports for Salt Creek and Dundonald, as you said. Of all the 12 successfully fledged breeding sites, so that's sites that fledged, 12 sites across those 2 wind farms, averaged 4 successful fledglings a year prior to construction. Of all those sites, how many have successfully fledged in the last 5 years within 5 kilometres of the wind farm?
I haven't been able to review those documents in detail, other than that we have recorded Brolga using the area in those post-completion surveys.
So you go to page 15 of, well, again, I have to check, that's document 13 of mine, which is now renumbered to document 290. Go to page 15. So you're going to have to go to a few pages to do the comparison, but anyway.
Would you like to run through now what the pages will be, Mr. Cumming, or you do it progressively?
Okay. That's page 15 of that document, page 3 of document 292, and page 12 of document, page 12 and, sorry, page 19 of document 289, and table document 14 is document 291, page 19.
So just to
So what it
confirm,
shows
Mr.
is
Cumming,
that-
I'm just going to confirm for a moment. So it's documents 290, 292 and 291. And is that correct?
I've got to go my list.
Thank you. And one of
so
them, I'm just going to read what they are for the benefit of Mr. Venosta. Do you have those in front of you as well, Mr. Venosta, or you?
I can.
No, that's okay. I just would, so the Dundonald Wind Farm BAM plan. The BAM Year 1 report is 290, and then...
And 292.
Sorry, it's 292.
Yeah, 290 and
and
292.
then 2 reports relating to Salt Creek Wind Farm. Have you had an opportunity to review any of those documents?
Not in detail, no.
No. So in the context that Mr. Van Oster hasn't reviewed those in detail, Mr. Cumming, I ask you to put your question if...
Okay, I'll do that in submission because Mr. Van Oster wrote those documents. It's unfortunate he didn't review them.
If you're familiar with them, Mr. Van Oster.
I didn't write those documents. I may have been involved in reviewing them at the time, but I didn't author those documents.
Well, those documents show that out of all those nesting sites, only one has been successful in the last 5 years within 5 kilometres, and it was at 3.2 kilometres. Do you recall that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry, just so I'm clear, the documents that I'm looking at on my screen were prepared in part by Biosis, but in part by Nature Advisory and in part by Brett Lane and Associates. So I just want to make sure I've got the right documents because Mr. Cumming a moment ago suggested that Mr. Van Oster had authored all of those documents.
Mr. Van Oster authored the post-completion reports. The other documents that I've tabled are what happened beforehand, before it was built. So the post-completion reports is which I've asked Mr. Van Oster questions about. The other documents are just to show him what was there before if he didn't recall. So
okay.
What was there before
so he hasn't. I just want to make sure I've got the right documents. That's all.
Okay. Anyway, I'll handle that through submission. I'll move on. There's one successful breeding event out of 15 over 5 years.
Mr. Cumming, Mr. Van Oster was just providing a comment, so I'll let him do that.
I was just commenting that I didn't author those.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I add another comment as well, just for the committee, that DECA have recently undertaken a review, which is ARI Tech Report 389. It's document 153, where they look at the context of displacement and they give no examples of it from the Australian or even Victorian context. The examples that they do give are all outside of Australia, and they are not obviously related to Brolga. There's been essentially one experimental study conducted in Tasmania that looked at avoidance, and that related to eagles. Avoidance based on reaction to turbines. The ARI review essentially concludes that there needs to be a broader range of information examined, and it needs to be done in a systematic way to provide clarity about whether effects like displacement or avoidance are actually occurring.
I'll handle that in my submission because the documents do exist to show displacement, but we'll move on. Was Biosis involved in the TRGs for the original interim guidelines and then the draft standard Brolga guidelines in 2020?
Do you mean the scientific panel or?
The technical reference group or scientific panel, yes.
Yeah, yes, we were.
And you're also involved with the Veltham 2019 project, or the project behind that?
No. What do you mean by involved?
There's a technical reference group for that project, of which you and Mr. Smales and Brett Lane were all part of that reference group?
No, I was not part of that reference group.
Mr.
Ian Smales was in the scientific panel. Yes. We didn't have...
And Inka Veltham also worked for you?
Yes, she worked for Biosis.
I just have a question of clarification. Were you making a distinction, Mr. Van Oster, between the interim guidelines and the Veltham project?
I was about to, yes.
Yes, okay, I'll let you...
Yeah, I'm assuming the project that Mr. Cumming refers to is Ms. Veltham's PhD.
Yes.
Well, the PhD was undertaken via Ballarat University. There's some, overseeing guidance, I suppose, that would have come from that scientific panel in terms of how those results are then potentially interpreted, but for things like the guidelines, but there's no role in overseeing the PhD.
Okay. Have you read table documents about Stockyard Hill and Berrybank, which are table documents 273 and 284?
Were they included last week? Because I don't think I've read either of those in detail.
Okay.
I'm aware of them, but I'm not aware of the conclusions.
Okay, we'll handle that in submission. Now you referred to Arthur Riley's review of international reports. Have you seen the conclusion in those reports that they refer to regarding displacement by cranes from turbines?
No, only in as much as that the ARI report is a review,
Yep.
and then essentially the literature within that is also a series of reviews. So no, I've not had an opportunity to review what are the reviews that have informed that.
Have you had a chance to review documents 281, 282 and 283, which are compilations of 83 and 71 international documents showing cranes are 100% of the time displaced for 5 kilometres?
What documents that?
3 documents which I tabled, 280, 282 and 283.
Sorry, I'm just looking at what they are.
Document 280 is on by my records, technical note 29. I might have misheard the numbers, but was it 280, Mr. Cumming?
281, 2 and 3.
I beg your pardon. 281, 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Well, that Tolvan and et al. 2023 is one of the reports I'm referring to, which the ARI document provides in its summary a reference to.
Yep.
And so is Marquis 2021. The references in those documents, I believe, are to migratory cranes in the Northern Hemisphere context.
One of them is migratory cranes avoiding wind turbines in their winter feeding ground, yes?
So yeah, but that to the extent that I've looked at them, that all I've done is been able to quickly look at what's in the ARI review.
Mr. Cumming, did you have a specific question?
If he hasn't read them, no. I'll handle it during submission. On page 58, you claimed adult of your witness statement that the chicks, the adults stay with the chicks. Are you inferring then that you don't need to buffer beyond where chicks walk?
Sorry, but what's the question? Am I inferring?
On page 58, you claim the adult birds stay with the chicks.
Page 58 of what?
Your witness statement?
Yep. Which dot point are we talking about?
I haven't got it in front of me, but without reading it, do you believe that the chicks and the parents stay together?
They do until, they stay together and are largely tied to the wetland they're breeding in until the chicks fledge.
How far would you say the adult birds would go to feed? One stay with the chick, one go to feed. How far would you say that they would furthest that they would go from the nest site during the breeding season?
The work that's been undertaken by Veltime shows that those movements are contained within 2 kilometres. The vast majority of them.
Have you seen the red bird in northern Victoria, which is a parent bird, while the chick is hatching or on the nest? Have you seen how far it goes?
No, I'm not sure what Mr. Cummings referring to.
Yeah, I'm not clear on your question, Mr. Cumming.
The northern Victoria birds, they're colour-coded: blue, yellow, red, green and white. The red bird is a parent bird that has got a GPS tracker on it, and while the chick is egg, hatching and pre-fledging, it is tracked. So have you...
Yeah, but is this part of the data for Northern Victoria that ARI have on their website?
Yes, it's live. You can look at it any time of the day or night.
Yes, I've looked at that data, but like I alluded to earlier, that data, it has a caveat on it saying that it's not to be used at this point for planning purposes, because it hasn't had interpretation done to allow it to be used in that way.
If that is live data that is physically showing where it is, no matter what the caveat on it is, have you seen that and seen how far they travel?
I have seen data on that website, yes.
And that's up to 7 kilometres, not 350 metres. They're not staying with the chick.
Yeah,
alternating feeding.
That's a different concept to assigning and defining a home range for a breeding site. You're talking about movement data.
Isn't the breeding site where the parent birds and the chick have to habitate during the time that the chick is on the nest, egg, hatch and fledge? Isn't that the breeding site? The whole area utilised by those birds, like originally it was 3.2 kilometres?
Yes, that's a definition of a breeding site.
Right. Have you looked at Veltham's GPS tracking data on the VBA and tracked where the adult birds are in the breeding season on the VBA?
No, because the data that's on the VBA doesn't have sufficient information attached to it to allow identification of individuals. And the data that was suitable for use has been published in the peer-reviewed literature.
There is sufficient information if you track it day by day, because you can see the same bird moving. So you haven't...
Mr. Cumming, I'll ask you to just move on to a question. Thank you.
Yeah, the question was, have you used the data that's on the VBA to see where the adult birds...
Did you have anything to add to that, Mr. Van Oster?
No, we haven't used that data.
Haven't used it
for tracking. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Have you obtained from AR... Oh, sorry, no, you said you weren't even aware of the brolgas being tracked in Southern Victoria. I forgot that. You've already said about post-completion reports. You haven't read them. Final question. You made a declaration on page 63 of your witness statement. Do you still stand by that declaration that you've used everything available to you, etc.?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for Mr. Van Oster, but I have some questions for...
It's actually Van Oster.
Van Oster, sorry. I have some brolga questions for Mr. Organ. Is you there, Mr. Organ, somewhere?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Mr. Organ, if you don't have your camera on, I'll get you to pop it off.
I've already had it on.
Oh,
it may not be on.
Thank you. I just can't see on my screen.
No, look, no, it's on the far down the screens, actually. Yeah, it's on the fourth screen.
Oh, yes, I can see you. It's just not all on the same page, but all good. No. Thank you.
Okay, in your summary of submitted concerns that you did as a part of your peer review, I didn't see you addressing anything about post-completion reports and GPS tracking. Am I correct there, or have I missed that?
So can I just say one thing? When you ask me questions, you're firing off page numbers and everything else. For me to answer the question accurately and concisely, if you can just wait until I get the right document and the right number, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
So if you can specify the page number.
I have not got the page number. I'm just asking if you considered in your summary of submitters GPS tracking and post-completion reports.
No.
You didn't. Did you seek out as a peer reviewer the latest scientific evidence available?
No. So what my role was specifically to look at this project and the potential and known impacts on Brolga and an impact assessment based on the scoping requirements that looks at this specific project. I didn't do a technical review of every single wind farm, every single report, what those reports reveal. I have not done that. However, what I can say is that all the documents you have provided, I have reviewed. So I'm aware of those reports. Some of them aren't publicly available. So my role is not to go out and send freedom of information requests to obtain a lot of this post-approval documents, because a lot of them are not readily available through the public realm. You have to go and sort that information potentially directly to the proponent. So that was not my role to look at a range of assessments. And secondly, my role was not to assess or provide my opinion based on how the project's been assessed, for example, under the handbook. This has been assessed under the guidelines, which have clear parameters of collecting data and undertaking an impact assessment for this particular species. So that was my scope of my review.
Do you think, as a peer reviewer, it'd be worth asking DECA for all the latest information of reports and GPS tracking?
I'm comfortable. All those documents you've mentioned and all the information, I'm comfortable. It's not like I just look at this in isolation, this project. I'm comfortable with my review of the work that's been undertaken based on the information presented in the technical reports, and that's what my evidence has shown in terms of my review. So I certainly, during the course of my engagement, I've actively sought out information in regard to Australasian bittern, southern bentwing bat. I was not aware that there was ongoing tracking of Brolga, for example, down near Portland. So that's just come to light. That's not publicly available, but I'm certainly aware of the Brolga tracker and all the other information that's publicly available. But in terms of, there's a lot of information out there that's not publicly available, which obviously you've sought through FOI and various other means.
Well, I asked for it, a lot of it. I asked the wind farms and I asked DECA, a lot of it.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cumming, I think it would be good to move on to another question if you have one.
Okay. So, Val, from 2019, are you comfortable that only 400 data points out of potentially tens of thousands of records were used to establish that?
Yes, and that's been endorsed as a peer review paper. And secondly, it's been essentially reviewed and adopted by DECA, the state government. So I'm comfortable with that detail that's presented in it.
So you think that's sufficient to cover the guidelines requirement for the vast majority of the year being protected?
Is that a separate question, Mr. Cumming, or is
Yes,
it a repeat?
yes.
Okay,
So another thing too, you can't cherry pick data, or you can't isolate a question based on one sentence. it's all in context. And we just went through what the second and third sentence goes on to say how you assess a project. You cannot look at things in isolation. So yes, I'm comfortable that the data collected is adequate to inform a detailed impact assessment for Brolga for this project. Yes.
Okay, interesting. So where Biosis refer to Degeschlen 2003 as the potential risks to Brolga, a 20-year-old paper nearly, do you think wind farms today present a high risk to Brolgas?
That's a loaded question around. So number one, you use all the information available, even if it's historical information. So yes, you haven't taken me to the exact section of the evidence, whether it's Mr. Van Oster's evidence or whether it's in the technical documents. I can't comment specifically where you've mentioned that. But let's just say, okay, the question is related to whether...
Page 22, document 67, last paragraph.
And document 67 is?
It's a table document.
I think just
67.
going back to the essence of Mr. Cumming's question, it might be possible to just reply or respond, Mr. Organ. And your specific question, Mr. Cumming, without worrying too much about the document reference, was whether, well, I'll let you repeat it actually.
Whether wind farms are now a significant impact.
No, they're not. There's been one documented mortality. So you've got to look at the facts. You look at the numbers.
Oh, you've got to
one
be joking.
documented
mortality.
So
keep moving. Thank you.
Oh dear. Okay, are you aware of the Warborough, Chepstow, Dundonald and Golden Plains mitigation offsets for Brolgas?
Yes, I'm aware of those.
Are you aware of any of them having any success of breeding and fledging at all?
So I'm aware of the plans that have been prepared for those projects, many of which have been either constructed several years ago, and then more recently Golden Plains is still in construction, I believe. There is a process around identifying suitable offset sites as a Brolga compensation plan, and then implementing the measures to improve the quality of a particular wetland or wetlands that have been identified. And then after that is to document or to monitor those sites to see whether Brolga will or have used those sites. By asking me a question of whether they're successful or not, it is highly unlikely that, or not unlikely, there'll be many years that would pass potentially for a site that's been restored or rehabilitated for a Brolga to actually use that site. So it depends on the site context. There's the availability of suitable wetlands across the landscape varies over time and on spatial scale. So I'm not aware of anything specifically that has mentioned whether those sites or those plans have identified successful breeding of wetlands, but if a wetland's been restored and it supports the suitable habitat characteristics for the Brolga, then yeah, certainly it would be used in the future by a particular pair if it becomes available in the landscape and if they're at that location. So I've got no doubt around the process around restoring wetlands and the use of the species. It's been proven at multiple areas out, for example, Glenelg Nature Trust have rehabilitated wetlands just near the Grampians where the Brolga's moved in and successfully bred at site. So it's a really effective strategy.
So you haven't read Chepstow's Brolga mitigation reports that are now, I don't know, they're nearly 10 years old, or Dundonald's reports that are 5 years old?
I've read the Dundonald reports that you provided, yes. Not the habitat compensation plans. I don't have them readily available.
So Warborough and Chepstow are old ones. according to what you were saying then, they should have had some success if they were going to by now, and they haven't. So why do you think a mitigation plan is going to work when 2 old ones and a recent one of 5 years running already at Dundonnell have not worked at all? Why do you think a mitigation plan will work?
Well, okay. Again, I don't have the specific details with those reports in front of me. I can only, look, I'm happy to take that on notice if you provide those reports, and I can provide comment on them, but I'm not providing comment on those reports if I don't have them in front of me, and just trust that what you're saying is correct. I'd need to look at the context, need to look at the number of sites, need to look at what's been undertaken, need to look at whether they're breeding next door. There's a whole range of things you need to look at before you come to a conclusion that those wetlands aren't successful and the compensation plan is not successful. DECA themselves, like it's a reliable technique to restore wetlands for brolgers to use them in the future. It's just
I'll handle
clear.
it in submission and show in submission all those reports and that they've all failed. But anyway,
Mr. Cumming, I'm just conscious of the time.
Yeah, I'm nearly done.
Great, thank you.
I've only got a couple to go by the look of it.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, I've only got 2 or 3 to go. You spoke of identified portable units just before, like an hour or so ago, but aren't they unable to be used in the Kentbruck situation because they can't see through the trees or above the trees? Wouldn't you be back to fix units on poles higher than the trees like we spoke about a couple of days ago?
No, these turbines, there's a clearance of 60 metres. They can see, if you strategically identify it, they will be able to see birds moving across the landscape from over 1 kilometre away. So there was no issues in terms of locating them strategically across a site that isn't covered in pine plantations throughout the whole area. So hypothetically, you can set up 2 units on Nelson Portland Road that face towards where the brolgers are out to the east and leave them there and collect all that data over the course of many years. So
outside the plantation,
you wouldn't be putting it identified within a pine plant, within the actual pine plantation. You would strategically locate it to maximise the visibility. So there's no constraints associated with that for this site.
But weren't you talking about using identified for curtailment?
Yes, and that could be applied at this site. There's a technical document that's been provided.
But wouldn't it have to be inside the plantation to do that?
Not necessarily. It could be inside and outside. Doesn't have to be inside.
Okay. I think that's the last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. So it's 12 o'clock. We'll keep moving, and I'll invite Mr. Turner to please turn on your camera and to ask questions of the experts.
Thanks,
Thank
Member
you.
Kendall. Just to confirm, you can hear me and see me?
Yes, all clear. Thank you. So if you could just be clear about which expert you're asking the question of.
Mr. Van Oster, to start with, I was interested in some of the discussion in the evidence around how the research is, and there's a description of using consultation with local landowners to identify where the brolgers are, and also VBA records. And I understand, particularly from Mr. Organ's evidence, it's an ongoing program where the science evolves as new information comes in, and it's a transactional thing where this project's been sold and there'll be other consultants who'll do research. In handing that information on, I was interested in how many brolger observations have Biosis added to the VBA record or other publicly available databases that ecologists use as a resource.
From this project, or?
Yeah, records of brolgers around this area. So we've got, obviously, there's wetlands strung right along the coast in the protected areas, Long Swamp, Pick Swamp, Bridgewater Lakes, and
yeah, all data that Biosis collects is submitted to the VBA, and that process in itself can take some time before those records get verified and end up on the VBA. In terms of the actual numbers, I mean, I know, we've identified, breeding sites, just, observations of brolgers. So I mean, all of that will be submitted, and some has already been submitted to the VBA.
Okay, so how many surveys or how much data has been added to the VBA to date, and what's the time frame for the other data that you're talking about?
I would imagine that all of the data we collected has been submitted to the VBA. I'm not sure how much of it is currently on the VBA.
Yeah.
As in has been accepted by DECA to be put into the VBA.
Okay, thank you. I provided a document last week that's been tabled as document 301. Have you had an opportunity to review an email thread provided with that document?
I very quickly had a look at the screenshots in the email.
Right. In relation to the dialogue with the researcher about some brolgers on a private restoration, wetland restoration property that my family's involved with, the email runs over a sort of a confidential nature of researchers in being able to protect, I guess, the information. Have you observed this confidential nature of landowners' ability to share within the community? For example, that email thread mentions about me sharing it with my son studying ecology. And if you have observed it, how that impacts the research to develop in a project like this that's going to continue to evolve.
I haven't read the context of the text in the email. As I said, I've looked at the screenshots that show some tracking movement data.
Have you observed or come across in research where researchers advise private property owners not to share information about the animals that they're researching?
I don't have personal experience of that, no. I mean, often when, as we've talked about with Australasian bittern, I mean, that's an example of a project where there's obviously been GPS data collected for a threatened species, but it's not publicly available data. So I guess that's an example of that. That's probably not the example you're giving, but it's an example of data that has been collected, but at this point it's not publicly available.
In that situation where data doesn't become publicly available for researchers to get access to, like we've been discussed this morning in the context of this project, does that mask some of the ranges and locations and the sorts of things we need to know about the body of science that needs to inform the design of a project like this?
Well, with the current example, the two screenshots that you've provided show what we would typically expect from putting a GPS tracker on a pre-fledged chick in terms of movements at what I'm assuming is the breeding site, and then movement away from that site once the chick has fledged.
Yeah, so I'll come to those particular screenshots later. I was more interested in how the science has evolved on this particular project. The contemporary information not coming into the public domain for a consultant like Biosis to use, in then being able to inform the committee to make decisions around the design of the project, but also to advise your client, Neon.
Well, we use the available science that is out there that we have access to.
Certainly,
so if we don't know something if we don't know that something has been undertaken, then obviously we can't consider it.
Yes, and I guess that goes to the crux of my question is whether, if you're not aware of information coming into or being there, then does that mask the research results, the research findings? Does it create a bias? But I guess if there's no acknowledgement that that's occurring within science and researchers, then it's hard to.
Well, yeah, our assessment is based upon the data and work that we have available to us to interpret, and the site data that we collect based on, in this case, scoping requirements for an EES, and then individual guidelines like the Brolga interim guidelines.
Okay, thank you. May I share my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that, can everyone see that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Could you just note which document you're sharing?
Certainly, document 301.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I think I'm looking at page 2 of the PDF. To provide some context for others not familiar with the document, it's a screen snip showing GPS tracking data from a DECA research that I found very interesting. And it shows the area just along the coast to the south of the proposed wind farm site. My first question is, through the TRG process, which I understand is collaborative between NEON and its consultants, has NEON and Biosis become aware of the research being done in the southwest near this project with respect to Brolgas? No. Okay, thank you. The snip shows Brolgas leaving a property at Cape Bridgewater, which is a wetland restoration project, and it's a young chick that's just newly fledged and taking its first flights. Moving down through the email, it describes the Brolgas moving from Cape Bridgewater along the coast to roosting sites at Pick Swamp, which is just across the border from the Gurnell River estuary. What I'm interested about is this circulating movement that's showed in the data, which has been described as the Brolgas using thermals. I was wondering whether there's any insights into the height range that the use of thermals takes place, and where that tracks in respect to the coast and the pine trees and the river and the proposed wind turbines.
I don't have any data on heights of thermaling for Brolgas.
Thank you. If this is occurring where Brolgas, I guess I'll just provide some context. In discussion about the Bittern, we've heard there's two types of flights that are occurring. There's flights that occur within the wetland, and I imagine this is occurring with the Brolgas, where the chicks are feeding and the parents are feeding the chick, and then there's more broader regional flights taking place where when the parents take the chick to another wetland, it's a different type of flight. Would you be able to provide information on the characteristics of those flights and that movement in terms of a height range?
No, I don't have height data for those sorts of movements.
Have the tracking of the Brolgas in northern Victoria that's more available? Are there any insights into Brolgas using thermals or moving across the landscape at particular heights in that sort of more regional context where it's not like a feeding home range, but between roosting sites, for example?
Not that I know of, no.
If we consider that Brolgas are using the string of wetlands throughout this region, or around the southwest from Cape Bridgewater through the sites that you've identified, Long Swamp, the Gurnell River Estuary, Nelson, Pick Swamp. Are there any things, has the biosis collision modelling looked at that risk of the wind turbines being designed along the coast in a sort of an east-west or a direction following the coast? It's about 25 kilometres long, and my observations here are that the wind turbine blade sweep area is a diameter of 190 metres, which I think is about 2 hectares or over 2 hectares. That's the MCG is about 160 metres diameter. You've got about 9 swimming pools, cut-in speeds about 3.5 metres per second. We're dealing with a blade that's moving about 21 metres per second.
Mr. Turner, I'll just get you to get to your question,
That's
please.
the question, I guess, is what does the collision risk modelling incorporate, the larger turbine, the layout along the coast, and the birds using this flight path, if you like, moving between wetlands?
It certainly includes the technical details of the turbines in terms of size and where they are located. We've applied a very conservative approach to assuming that there are 7 breeding pairs, and that's what's gone into the collision risk model for the site. And that's highly conservative. That's assuming that those 7 breeding pairs, so 14 birds, would have chicks with them for each breeding event. And while the collision risk model doesn't incorporate the type of movement that you're referring to here, the level of conservatism used in the model is it's sufficient to include this kind of movement occurring at times.
I'm happy to expand on that.
I'd be happy to hear your view, Mr.
Longman. So it's a really good question, and the short answer is it has been factored in the modelling. So I disagree with Mr. Van Oster. So if you look specifically on page 89 of the technical report, the Brolga report, so yes, there's a couple of things that's factored into the collision risk. So total of 14 adults plus the chicks, which equals 16.5 birds through the landscape. Then it's a conservative estimate of about 70% of all flights will be within rotor-swept area, even though the graph on page number 86 of the technical report, figure 12, looks at the fact is that the Brolgas don't get up to rotor-swept zone until they're around about 2.5 kilometres away from the breeding site. So a conservative assessment has been made in that there's 70% of the flights have been factored in the collision risk modelling. The other factor to look at is the number of flights per bird. So it's a highly conservative estimate saying the birds fly out from the roost site or from the breeding site and then back again. So 2 flights a day multiplied by 183 days a year during the breeding season equates to 366 flights per year per bird. You times that by the 16.5 birds, you get a total of 2,220 flights per year for all those birds across the landscape that are potentially at risk. And then you factor in the 95% avoidance rate up to 99% avoidance rate to get 7.5 birds at risk for the entire 30-year operation. So the short answer is yes, the last sentence on page 89 does factor in those migration flights, which you've described here. And this one would say that what you've seen here with the screenshot on that broader flight would be what's happened here. And I've read the emails, I understand it. And the person who wrote the email then went on and said that the bird flew to South Australia. So there's 2 flights factored in per year times by 15.4, which equates to 30.8 flights per year for the number of birds in the landscape. So the model factors all that in terms of the number of birds at risk.
Thank you.
And does it include the direction of the most likely, flights occurring here along the coast, given that that's the arrangement of the wind turbines, but also the arrangement of the wetland complexes, the Ramsar wetlands that stretch along the coast?
Yeah, it assumes that all those flights will intersect or go through the turbine configuration at the distance or the arc from where the site is. So it does assume that bird flies across the site, or birds rather, to accommodate, to factor in the risk assessment for the collision risk modelling. So yeah, it does.
And
in terms of that, I'd love to see the tracking.
How many birds? Sorry.
Mr. Turner, your audio just broke up. I'll ask you to repeat the question.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm a long way away. What is the results of the modelling? How many birds are projected to be die, I guess, from collisions for this project?
Well, that's outlined on page 100 of the Biosis report. Potential for direct impacts. It's the second paragraph, last sentence, and it states, on the basis that the power line connecting the project to the external is underground and Brolgas in flight have a 95% turbine avoidance rate, and the other relevant assumptions hold, the modelling projects that an average approximately one Brolga may collide with the combined project turbine every 4 to 5 years. So that equates to about 7.5 birds in total for the life, so for 30 years. And that's where the compensation plan has been prepared, which contemplates the protection and restoration and improvement of at least 2 wetlands, could be more, to accommodate a no net loss in the Brolga population of 15 birds over the life of the project. So that compensation plan will compensate for the residual impacts of the species. So it's all stipulated on page 100, 6.3 of the Brolga impact assessment that outlines the overall modelled mortality risk.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner, we're getting close to, past the time. I just would like to check how you're going with your questions.
Yeah, very good. One last one, I guess.
Thank you.
And it's a big picture one. It might be out of the realm of this planning committee. The first point is, with the awareness of this research that's gone on, whether the committee can reach out to DECA to see if we can incorporate Pacific
I don't
information.
need you to make a point. Sorry, Mr. Turner.
Okay.
Did you just get to your question?
The question is here, in the greater planning of, and this is for Mr. Organ, in the greater planning of the renewable energy zones that we heard about in the day one, has the state government incorporated into the guidelines Brolga population recovery into the renewable energy zones? Noting that this project isn't in a renewable energy zone.
So, sorry, just rephrase the question very quickly. You're saying does it accommodate for the broad scale protection of the species outside the zones, or is that the context of the question?
We're at a point where there's planning for Brolga recovery because they're a threatened endangered species. We recognise that.
Mr. Turner, sorry, I know that you're explaining context, but if you could just very succinctly rephrase your question.
Do the guidelines that have been put forward incorporate all of the wind farms into the renewable and the threat of wind farms on Brolgas into the renewable energy zones in the context of this project not being in a renewable energy zone?
No, it's across the state. So the new handbook that's been released, not the guidelines, interim guidelines, the handbook looks at the overall no net loss in the species across the state. But then you've got obviously renewable energy zones where there's focus of these type of projects, but there will be projects that fall outside those zones. But the overall objective is across the whole state, not just isolated to the zone. So If the handbook applied for this site, there would be an expectation that, which has been, that mitigation hierarchy has been adopted to ensure there's no residual, no net loss of the species. So there will be, essentially, it's been captured as part of the broader objective of the species conservation across the state.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Member
Thank
Kendall?
you, Mr. Turner. I'm proposing that we keep moving and do break for lunch at around 1. So I'll ask Ms. Lenihan to join us now. We'll get through as many of your questions as we can before lunch, and if we need to return to you after the break. So welcome. Thank you. I can see you have your camera on.
Thank you.
You're a little bit quiet. I'll just ask if you could sit closer to your microphone, or we'll just get your audio working well first.
Okay. Is
That's better? Yes,
Right.
thank you.
I would like
Can
to
we
share
remove the
something on
share screen, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Now, I haven't ever done this before, your tech man, Clinton, let me go with that one. It's gone up to a cross. Why has that gone up to a cross?
We can hear you and see you, and we've got a shared screen with 3 boxes on it, document with 3 boxes. Is that what you were intending?
Yes, I just want to view that. How can I view that? No, I'm not viewing it.
Could I just ask which document this one is?
Yes, Ms. Lenihan, if you could just advise us of the document number as you go.
Yes, I will. I'm just trying to, can someone that's really tech savvy, could you please show me how to show my screen? Maybe if I just remove this. I just can't see my screen. Well, all I'm doing is seeing. All I'm doing is seeing the general screen. I can't see my screen up. So, okay.
Are you still able to see the committee as well, Ms. Lenihan?
I can see this committee, but I can't see my screen. So I just need someone who's been doing this innately. This is the first time I've done it. I would just like to be able to see my screen and the people I'm asking the question to.
Yes.
Not possible? You can see my screen.
We can see your screen.
Okay.
So if you do have access to those documents, we at this stage can we will be able to follow your line of questions.
Okay, all right. I'll just have to guess where I am. Mr. Venosta, if I could start with you first. My cross-examination today is going to be in 3 areas: the interim guidelines compliance, the use of Veltman's scientific studies, and Biosys' Kentbruck site assessment. So my first questions, the guidelines clearly define the home range. Other than a breeding home range and a flocking home range, are there any other home ranges that a brolga resides in during the year?
Well, the guidelines break it up into what you have in front of us at the moment. The
turbines are to be sited for the vast majority of the time. Sorry, turbines are to be sited in the project for the vast majority. Sorry, I'm really nervous. Are you really nervous? I'm really nervous. For the vast
Take your time, Ms. Lenihan.
They are in their home ranges. I just want to clarify the guidelines default buffer range. Are we talking about 3.2 kilometres for the default buffer, guidelines buffer?
Yeah, in the interim guidelines.
So it's not the 3.2. The 300 metre add-on is a disturbance buffer?
Yes.
So when you talk about, or when it's discussed as a 900 metre buffer, it's actually 600 metres compared to the 3.2 kilometres, and plus both have got a 300 metre disturbance buffer added to that. Is that correct?
The 600 does, yes. Whether the 3.2 includes, is that what you're asking? Whether the 3.2 includes 300?
Yes.
Well, my understanding is that it does.
Well, actually, my understanding is it doesn't, but there's 3.2 buffer plus a 300 metre disturbance, but well, I'll get Hamish to clarify that.
Ms. Lenihan, apologies. I'm just going to clarify the document that you're sharing with us. Does that have a document number? Apologies if I missed.
The interim guideline document.
So we've got a document with 3 boxes on the screen where it's got notes relating to page numbers and the interim guidelines. And down the bottom it says 1 of 75. I just wanted to check that I was looking at
the interim guideline.
Yeah,
I think it was brought up before. I think everyone's
sorry.
that, and it's been referred to by Biosis. I think it's.
Oh no, I'm aware of what the interim guideline is. I just wanted to be clear that what you're screen sharing with us is not. Is that a separate? What is that document that's on the screen?
So it's the interim guideline PDF 13, the interim guideline PDF 8, and the interim guideline PDF F.
Yeah, so you've consolidated them into another document.
I've tried to make it easier, yeah.
Thank you.
So the Kentbruck wind farm is 600 metres. The interim guidelines is 3.2 kilometres. Are the brolgas at Kentbruck different to the brolgas that were described in the interim guidelines?
No.
Brolgas are monogamous. They mate for life. If one brolga is killed or they are displaced from each other, what happens to the functionality of that breeding pair?
Well, they can't breed.
They don't breed anymore. So keeping the pair together or keeping one adult, breeding adult, alive is important to the breeding pair.
Ms. Lenihan, I need to ask you to refrain from providing commentary and just ask direct questions, please.
I've learned a lot from this panel. Thank you. That's very clear. But I like the way Mr. Tobin was able to clarify what he was trying to say. So I'm sorry that I'm diverting from that. The guidelines require turbines to be sited to avoid and minimise impacts where brolgas spend the vast majority of the year. Does that mean the turbines are to be sited to avoid minimise impacts for the vast majority of the year, the time the brolga is in its breeding home range?
For the Kentbruck proposal, yes.
At the last count, there are approximately 200 breeding pairs left. How important is it that the Kentbruck breeding buffer is right?
It's important.
What months are the breeding home range season? Oh, sorry, next one. I've got to keep concentrating here. Can you see that? That's just for the purpose of this. I will ask questions to this. This is not a submission. What months make up a breeding home range season?
The latter half of the year.
So particularly what months, breeding home range and flocking home range, there's a general understanding of the, I know that the brolgas make up their mind, they don't go to the rule book, but generally what are the months we're talking about when we talk about a breeding home range?
Breeding home range is generally July till the end of the year.
July. I thought it was May, June.
It can extend into May and June, as you said.
So May and June to November.
They can make up their minds about that.
Well, they could breed all year round then, couldn't they?
Well,
I'll get you to keep moving. Thank you. I think Mr. Venosta's answered the question, Ms. Lenihan.
I think Mr. Venosta is diverging from the guidelines, but anyway. So Biosis claim that for the time that the brolgas are in their breeding home range from May, June to November, the 600 metre buffer will protect the brolgas all the time they are in that home range. That's what you're claiming. Okay.
Yes.
When a breeding pair returns from flocking to its breeding home range, what are the first things that it does?
When they return from their
flocking
to their breeding home range, what are the first things that they do?
Yes.
Assess whether sites are suitable for breeding.
And okay, so and then what do they do? If it is, what do they do?
They will probably set up a nest site.
Okay. How long does it take them to do this, assessing the site, whether it's suitable and setting up a nest site? How long does it normally take them to do that?
It would be variable, depend on the local conditions, whether in a dry year or wet year.
Okay, they're at their home. They're at their home range and they're flying around looking at nest sites. Do they fly outside the 600-metre buffer zone at that time?
They might.
So they're in their breeding home range. There's the 600 zone that they're only allowed to go in, and sometimes they fly out of that zone when they're nesting. They're building their nest and siting their necks.
They can.
Okay. Is that 600-metre buffer going to protect them during that time?
It's actually a 900-metre buffer, and the way it's been applied for this project is to then look at every other suitable breeding wetland within 2 kilometres and also apply a 900-metre buffer to that wetland.
So we're looking at apples with apples. We're looking at 600 versus 3.2, and both add their 300 on. So you and I disagree on that one. Once the nest is built and the eggs are laid, which brolga sits on the nest?
Well, the female's got to lay eggs.
And once the eggs are laid, which brolga sits on the nest?
The female predominantly, but the male may do so also.
So they take it in turns. So they often take it in turns, yes.
They can, yes.
So so when one brolga's sitting on the nest and the other's not sitting on the nest, how far does that brolga fly off to forage?
Up to a maximum of a couple of kilometres.
So the 600 zone / 900-metre zone doesn't protect that brolga as it flies off and does its turn, escaping from the eggs.
It protects the majority of the area that's demonstrated by the data collected by Veltime.
So when that brolga flies off, the brolga that's not sitting on the nest flies off outside the zone, the couple of kilometres, and wants to come home and is then impacted by the turbines and doesn't want to go home, is displaced. What will happen in that scenario with that family of brolga?
Sorry, so what's the...
So we've got a scenario that, and this is the scenario of a nesting brolga family. We've got eggs laid, one brolga's on the nest at this part of the morning. Your turn, darling, you're on the nest for a couple of hours. I'm going off to forage. Off I go, 2 kilometres away. On the way back, confronted by the wind farm, it creates a barrier, and that brolga gets frightened away because it's the blades are spinning fast. It doesn't know how to duck in underneath the blades. It's basically displaced from the area. The pair of brolgas are separated because one is displaced. What happens to that breeding pair in the future?
In the example that we're currently looking at, the Kentbruck wind farm, the brolga breeding habitat has been buffered, as I said, to 900 metres, and that includes, in some cases, areas of the pine forest, which would be largely unsuitable for brolga in terms of habitat, and it includes areas all the way across the property at Gorey West.
So we're on a time frame here. I really want you to answer the question specifically. If the brolga is displaced on the way home, what happens to the breeding pair?
Displaced by what?
Displaced by the wind farm. In other words, it's frightened and chased away by the spinning blades. It doesn't know it's just a turbine.
Ms. Lenihan, can I just ask for you to clarify the intent of the line of questioning? I think we understand the questions, but I'm just interested to know where you're heading with it.
Again, so an adult brolga can be displaced at any time during the breeding season if it flies out of the 600/900 metre zone. It may be displaced. If it is displaced, what happens to the functionality of the breeding pair?
Well, if it's displaced, it's not there.
Right. So it loses its mate, and that breeding pair becomes no longer. What happens then if that brolga is displaced because it flew outside this zone, and the other brolga has left to forage, and it becomes displaced by the chicks? In other words, both adults are displaced. What happens to the viability of the chick survival?
The point of the buffering process that's been followed for this project, and it's based on the published science around the area required to fledge a pair of chicks and to protect the adults during that period of time, has resulted in buffers that we believe won't have the type of impact you're talking about and meet the intent of the interim guidelines.
How many months in a life cycle of the brolga do the chicks walk before they fledge?
How many months
How
do they
many
walk before they fledge?
Yes.
It's probably about 8 weeks.
So once the chick is fledged, how far does it fly whilst it's at its breeding home range?
Well, it depends how quickly the birds actually fledge, like how far, whether they move away or they stay. But once the bird is fledged, that's the period that the interim guidelines require you to provide a suitable buffer.
And Veltman's et al. 2019. I'll just bring it down to Veltman 2019 just because I get my tongue tied. So Veltman protects the chicks during the walking phase. So you're saying around about 8 weeks before they fledge.
Well, no, it's about 12 weeks from birth to fledging.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to move on. Whoops. Back to this one. So the interim guidelines. Sorry, I don't have the document number. I'm terribly sorry. Interim guidelines, page 8. The breeding site. The nest of brolga breeding pairs and the perimeter of the surrounding wetlands also includes wetlands and previous records of brolga nest sites and relevant information. The interim guidelines, PDF 11. Unless a site-specific investigation can show with a high level of confidence the size and shape of the home range for a project, then the DSE default breeding and flocking site home ranges should be used for the program. The brolga guidelines define the breeding site as the nest of the breeding pair and the perimeter of the surrounding wetlands. Does biosis contend that brolga won't travel further than 600 metres for the entire time they are in their breeding season? Yes or no?
No.
You don't contend that?
He's answered the question. Thanks, Ms. Lenihan.
So they're not. So sometimes brolga are not protected. So sometimes you're saying that brolga are not protected during the whole entire time they're in their breeding home range.
No, in the instance of this project, they are protected while breeding.
And that's based on Veltman 2019.
Yes.
It's not based on the brolga at Kentbruck.
Yes, it's based on the home range and breeding movement data collected in Beltime 2019.
Right. I'm referring to your document number 67, PDF 59. We've talked about the adult individuals can fly to locations outside the zone. I think you've covered that, and we've discussed. I was going to talk about how far they fly out? When you say the adults fly out, how far do they fly?
They occasionally fly outside of 2 kilometres, but it's a very small. That has a small representation in that data.
So you keep coming back to Veltman's data as if so your whole project is based on Veltman 2019 is where you're talking. You're basically referring back to that. That's your get out of jail answer.
Well, no, it's also based on data that's presented in Veltime 2022, which shows adult movement as well.
The independent, I'm just referring to your document 67, PDF 59. The independent published study by Veltman 2019 used the same conceptual basis to define the breeding home range for Brolgas. Veltman doesn't use the word concept or conceptual. These words are not found in Veltman 2019. Veltman 2019 is very definitive. Is your statement on the conceptual basis of Veltman 2019 your interpretation of the paper, or is it based on your opinion?
No, it's based on the data in the published paper.
Veltman's scientific work involved the GPS tracking data of Brolga during November 2009 and August 2012 as a field work for her 2018 thesis. Is that correct?
I'm not sure on the dates that the work was done.
I think it was throughout her thesis 2019 and 2020. I think I was able to zone in on those dates. And I think the GPS tracking data has dates as well. How many Brolga did she track?
I can't remember from memory, but it was maybe in the order of 12.
So you're relying on Veltman 2019 and you don't know how many Brolga she tracked?
I'm relying on what's in that published paper in terms of the interpretation of what area is required to protect the pre-fledged chicks.
And 2019 is based on a thesis, is that correct? Her thesis fieldwork.
It's a paper that's come from work that was done to put together a thesis. Yes.
So there's not two separate there's not a field work for her thesis and then a new field work for her 2019 paper and a new field. It was all through this using the same GPS tracking data from her work, funded by the government and the wind industry in her 2018 thesis. That was a paper. I'm not trying to trick you here. We just need to clarify we're only talking about the one set of GPS tracking data.
Yes, it's the GPS tracking data that was used for that study, for that paper.
Okay. What representative part of the Brolga life cycle did Veltman track for her thesis, which then the 2019 study was based on? What representative part of Brolga's life cycle what type of Brolga? Was it chicks through to adults? Was it only juveniles? What kind?
It was pre-fledged chicks.
Up to 2019. Okay. So my question is, for her thesis, her GPS tracking work, what representative Brolga did she track of the life cycle of a Brolga? You're saying she only tracked pre-fledged chicks.
Yeah, no, the paper has represented the data that relates to.
I didn't ask that question. Excuse me.
Sorry, Miss Lenihan, we'll just let Miss Van Oster explain, and if you have to add on to your question, please do.
I thank you, but
no, I'm asking Mr. Van Oster to. Sorry, Miss Lenihan. if you could just pause. Mr. Van Oster, I'm interested to hear the response to the question that you're about to provide. And then if Ms. Lenihan has a clarifying question, she's welcome to ask it.
The Veltheim et al. 2019 paper shows the area that's used by pre-fledged chicks.
Right. Okay. So thank you. That was an answer to a different question. My question is, what birds did Veltman track for her over her GPS tracking studies? What birds did she track?
I'm not sure what you mean by which birds.
In the life cycle of a brolga, you start with an egg, a pre-fledged chick, a fledged chick, a juvenile, a young adult, and an adult. In her GPS tracking, what birds did she track?
They were pre-fledged chicks.
So Veltman's 2018 thesis only tracked pre-fledged chicks. Is that what you're saying?
No, the data that's represented in Veltheim et al. 2019 is relevant to pre-fledged chicks. The thesis collected more data than that.
Okay.
Some of that on adults.
Okay. All right. You're just answering a different question than the one I asked, but I'll just move on. So I've submitted documents 1, 2, and 3, which is 2018, 19, and 22. I don't know what number they are that come up on the document list. I'm sorry. But looking at Veltman 2019, are you looking at PDF 11? I won't go too much about that because we're losing time. But she does say that this study was limited to pre-fledged chicks, as you've explained, movements at breeding sites. We recognise that breeding adults may range further to forage during nest building, incubation and chick rearing, which you have identified. Studies focusing on GPS telemetry of breeding adult birds are recommended to identify if larger buffers are required to avoid potential disturbance and mortality effects from turbines during the entire season. So does that tend to indicate to you that 2019 is really underdone, that it needs more information about the movement of brolga?
Yeah, but more information has been added in the Veltheim 2022 paper that discusses exactly that.
In
terms of adult movement.
So does Veltman 2019 only deal with the risk of pre-fledged chicks?
Yes.
So it only deals with the risk of pre-fledged chicks. Okay, thank you. Good answer. If it only deals with the movements of pre-fledged chicks, you and Biosis use Veltman 2019 to define the movement of adults. Is this a misrepresentation of Veltman 2019?
No, we used Veltheim 2022 as it relates to adult movement.
At the breeding home range?
It actually includes movement outside of the breeding period as well.
So you're using 2022 to define the movements of adults during the breeding home range?
It's actually across a broader area, a broader range than just the breeding season.
So I go back to my question. By using Veltman 2019, Veltman only used the movement of pre-fledged chicks. Are you misrepresenting her work to draw on Veltman 2019 to describe the movement of adult brolga?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a repeat question, if that's where you were about to say.
Right.
Thank you. I'll get you to move on, Ms. Lenihan.
Okay. So I'm referring to PDF 6 of your document 67, and you're quite adamant, incorrect. Veltman, so the question was, Veltman 2022 reports clearly states that the home range for breeding is actually larger than for flocking. Incorrect. Veltman 2019 deals with movements of pre-fledged chicks, which you've clarified, and Veltman 22 deals with roost to forage habitats. Breeding home ranges were calculated at Veltman, I assume that's 2019, based on data collected from pre-fledged chicks. Now you're saying, you just said before it was 2022, now you're saying the movements are defined by the pre-fledged chick movements. So I'm just trying to find out, I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm just really trying to clarify what that paper used to define the movement of the adults during the home range.
The adult rooster foraging movement data, which is in Veltheim et al. 2022, indicates that a 2 kilometre radius is likely to contain the majority of flights and walking activity for adults. That's how we've used 2022, Veltheim 2022.
So why haven't you got a Brolga buffer of 2 kilometres?
Because it's only a very small fraction of that 2 kilometres that the majority of the flights go out to.
So we only need to kill a couple of brog, or not kill, sorry, bad word. We only need to displace a couple of brolgas, and we've lost two lots of breeding pairs.
No, because the methodology that we have employed is to look at other wetlands that are within 2 kilometres, because often, and that's what the Veltheim work has shown, is that brolgas will use multiple wetlands, within their breeding home range and move from the breeding wetland to, shift roosting, to forage, and that those movements are contained within 2 kilometres.
So brolgas have historical or territorial breeding sites they go to. They don't sort of decide, look, Melbourne's no good, we're going to Sydney. They have a historical range, and if those historical breeding sites are no longer available because they have to avoid the turbines, then there's a problem. I can see that down the track. Do you agree?
What are you asking me to agree with?
There's an indication. There seems to be. You seem to be alluding to that brolgas are very happy to move house. If there's another wetland built somewhere else, they're happy to go there. But it seems that brolgas are territorial. They have historic breeding sites that they return to each year. Some of them, and that's where it might be a sort of a family zone that they move to. So if that breeding area, and it might incorporate a number of sites, if that breeding area is no longer available because they avoid it because of the wind farm, then those brolgas may not, they won't go to a new area, and it seems that they don't, or they don't go to a mitigation area. It seems that they don't tend to breed again.
Yeah,
would you agree with that?
No, the turbines located for this project have responded to the buffers that we've put in place, and that includes placing turbines within pine plantation, which is not suitable habitat for brolgas.
Okay, moving on. Next slide. This is Veltman, page PDF 3 and 4. And so this is from her, from what she's saying. We used GPS tracking to study home range movement, habitats, use and selection. We captured pre-fledged brolga chicks on agricultural land using cropping and grazing. One site was at a wind farm, and the chick was captured post-construction, but before turbines began operating. We captured pre-fledged chicks rather than adults for 2 reasons. And then she goes on to say, to avoid capture of the stress of the adults during an important part of their life cycle, because brolgas generally have a low breeding success, and to reduce potential impact to the breeding pair. So in 2019, Veltman states very clearly she did not track adults. But then in 2022, suddenly she does say that she tracked the adults. Given that what you know about her GPS tracking work in 2022, are you confident that this statement in her 2019 paper is the truth?
Well, it's the truth in relation to the data that was being brought forward in Veltime 2019. It's the other data was then brought forward into a paper that was published in 2022.
We captured, so in her 2019 paper, she never says that she captured the adults.
Well,
She didn't say we captured the adults, but we just didn't use the data. What she did.
Ms. Lenihan, if I could ask if you could direct a question that Mr. Van Oster might be able to answer. So yes, something relating to that, not about. Yes, I'll just ask you to ask him a direct question that he may be able to answer about the research.
So are you familiar with 2019, Veltman 2019, and what she says in 2019?
As it relates to what we're currently looking at, yes.
As it relates to the handbook?
As it relates to what you've currently put in front of us.
So Veltman's claims in her 2019 paper she did not track adults, birds, and then in her 2020 paper she did track adult birds. Did you?
Is that a repeat, Ms. Lenihan? I feel like that's a repeat of an earlier question.
In the time you worked with Veltman at Biosis as a colleague, and also with Veltman on the Kentbruck project, did you ever question why she did not use all the GPS data in her 2019 paper?
I'm not sure that that's assisting the IAC, Ms. Lenihan. Thank you. It's actually 2 minutes to 1, so we are going to break in a moment. So I'll ask if you've got one quick last question before we rise for lunch.
Before, and then you want me to come back after lunch?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
If you have further questions.
Finishing off this one, okay, yes, if that's okay. Given that Veltman 2022 draws on all the GPS tracking data of the Brolga at representative stages of the life cycle of the Brolga, and Veltman 2019 doesn't, and given the significant reduction of the 3.2 kilometre buffer distance, would it be best practice to rely on the paper that uses all the available tracking data?
No, it's like I've said, the pre-fledged chick home range data comes from Veltime 2019, and then the subsequent paper, which Veltime 2022 includes the adult movement data, but migratory Brolga.
Okay, so Veltman did not use the adult data. She only used the pre-fledged chick data. So
thank you, Ms. Lenihan. We're clear on what you've expressed around the research. So I'd ask you to not repeat the content. I think we're familiar with it, and it might be a good time for us to break, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock to continue questions. Could I just ask Ms. Lenihan before we do, you're intending to ask questions of Mr. Organ as well?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And are they the same set of questions, or are they different questions?
No, different questions, actually.
Thank you. Okay, no, that's fine. And the document that you're sharing with us, I just need to confirm, I understand it's a consolidated excerpts of the reports that you're referring to ask questions, but the consolidated document isn't one that's tabled. Is that correct?
What I'm doing is, instead of going to the whole document and scrolling through and finding a paragraph, I thought it would be much easier to snippet the paragraph and pop it on a.
Yes,
on
no,
a
I understand, and it is clear. I just wanted to be sure, given there've been a lot of documents being circulated, to make sure that I understood this document, and I just ask if you could table it for reference of parties. But I understand that the context within which it's been pulled together, and it's certainly a more efficient way than referring us to multiple documents. So thank you. So we'll break.
Sorry, would you like me to submit this document, this
Yes,
screenshot?
that's what I'm asking.
Would
Yes,
you like me to do that now?
There's no rush to do it. You're going to take us through, but yes, if during lunchtime you're able to, just to make sure that it's tabled at some stage. Yes, so we'll break now. You're welcome to work with the planning panels team to assist you with that if needed. We'll see everybody back here at 2:00. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So just before we do move back into questions of cross-examination, I mentioned this morning that we would talk about how the next couple of days might run in the context of the time expected to finish ecology. I can note that we haven't had any indications of questions for the experts scheduled for tomorrow. So at this stage, we anticipate it will only be questions from the IAC. And as I mentioned, just a couple of questions is what we anticipate, or a few questions of each. I can see, however, that we do have that may have just been tabled now. We have one question from Mary Stiles, who hadn't indicated an intent to question the ecology experts, but does have a question that I am comfortable for the experts to be asked that question. And we also, Mr. Biggs, who was going to ask questions this afternoon, is having tech issues and has circulated questions. So that gives us an idea of what the questions and the time requirements look like this afternoon. So they're the only, let me just double check, they're the only experts that we are in, the only parties that we're intending to ask questions this afternoon, plus Mr. Tobin and Mr. Cumming. Yeah, so that's how we're, sorry, that's a long explanation of how we're tracking. So depending on how things move this afternoon, there may be some flexibility tomorrow to close off on ecology as required, but to still get through the two experts. So Mr. Chesley, interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, we're happy to be flexible and to accommodate the most efficient progression of the hearing. Both Mr. Feldman and Mr. Weston are available tomorrow. Alternatively, both are available later in the hearing, as we indicated previously. That is on the day that Ms. Dunstan was being called to give evidence, day 11, Tuesday the 24th of June, or even the reserve day, Wednesday the 25th of June. So we're happy to continue to be flexible. I suppose it depends how far we get this afternoon as to what we can fit in tomorrow afternoon. So we're happy to just keep revising it as you consider appropriate.
Thank you.
You mentioned a moment ago that there'd been some tabled questions from Mr. Biggs.
Yes, that's right.
I don't think that made its way through to us yet. But
Mr. Biggs had questions for in relation to water birds. It may be that they're just coming through now, actually. I can see an email's landing. Let me just have a quick look. Yes, and they are specifically in relation to water birds. So while we do have Mr. Van Oster here, be good to go through those. I'm happy to we'll do that at the end of the other evidence before the IAC questions.
Okay. No, that's right. Yeah. So obviously we've got the evidence in chief for that topic.
Of course, yes. Yes.
The one thought I had about that part of the day might be that we have Mr. Van Oster and we have Mr. Gibson here. It might be that for those topics we table their evidence and simply hear from Mr. Organ in respect of those other species. That might be a way of making that part of the case more efficient.
Thank you. Yep, we'd be happy with that approach if that's how it pans out. I'll just note, looking at my notes for this afternoon, so we need to finish hearing questions of Ms. Lenihan and then the ISC. We'll have a few questions before we do get to the water birds and migratory birds, and the Ramsar this afternoon. Mr. Tobin, you've indicated a potentially 45 minutes of questions on behalf of DECA and Parks Victoria. Depending on how we're tracking for time, I know Mr. Cumming isn't available tomorrow, so he's asked for 15 to 20 minutes. I might ask him to go first. Yes, just to make sure that we cover off on those today for Mr. Cumming, and then we can, we'll do the rest tomorrow if that's how things pan out. Okay, lovely. We'll keep moving then. And Ms. Lenihan, I'll ask you if you could pop your camera back on, please. Can I just check with the screen sharing that's happening now? Is that who?
That's me.
That's Ms. Lenihan. Okay.
I'm ready, set, go.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Lenihan. Well, I'll hand directly to you.
Thank you. Mr. Van Oster? You rely on the Veltman 2022 for Brolga adult Brolga movement. I've got up on the screen now page 43 of Veltman 2022 movement distances, and it's very confusing. I'm sure you know this inside out and back to front. So of all the night roost to morn, so we're looking at the movement distances of all the night roost to morning forage area movements throughout the annual life cycle, breeding and non-breeding season for all Brolgas, 95% were within 5.2 kilometres. And then there was a lot of other figures. I'm just wondering where did you pluck out the 2 kilometre distance from that they move? Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, microphone
Good
was
job.
off. Yeah, the 2 kilometres is part of the maximum distance that the birds moved. So if you read further down in that paragraph, the sentence that starts with adults, so adults moved at 690 metres on average from night roosts, with 50% of movements within 0.2 kilometres and 95% within 2.3 kilometres. So there's a much smaller percentage beyond that 690 metres. That's what's been relied upon.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to pop down to the graphs on the bottom of that page. If people can, I feel very powerful here because everyone's watching what I do with my fingers here. So, all right. So we're looking at the it's a box plot of centroid distances, kilometres moved by adults, white, and juveniles, grey, for Brolgas each month. Now, we ascertain that they're either in a flocking or a home range. This is my understanding of it, and the breeding home range is between May, June to November. So if I just bring up this screen here, oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, see, I'm not very good at this. Mr. Tobin was so much better. That'll do. So if we can look at those distances, we're looking at, in July, these movement, that's 30 kilometres, that being 15 kilometres. We've got a lot of movement of these birds between June to November. So I'm not sure where the 2 kilometre average, is that 2 kilometre a maximum distance or is it an average distance that you're talking about?
No, the maximum distance was just over 2 kilometres for adults across the annual life cycle.
So I'm looking at these graphs here, and we've got adults moving in August, which is the breeding home range period, over 30 kilometres. And we've got others here up to 15 kilometres. And if you go over to the east of Hopkins River, Wallora and Penshurst area, which I think you're familiar with Penshurst because you did a paper on Penshurst area, we've got the movement 15, we've got some large areas here. That's a pictorial picture of it. So it might be just in terms of the interpretation of Veltman 2022 that there's a slight anomaly with this.
I mean, we are quoting the figures that have come from this paper and Veltime 2019 in terms of their relevance to conclusions around the area required to protect the breeding home range and the non-breeding, other movements of adults across what is essentially both seasons, just the 2 kilometres.
So the 2 kilometres doesn't reconcile with those two graphs.
Sorry, I was just looking for the reference to what exactly that it's incorporated within. essentially it comes down to that radius is highly likely to incorporate the great majority of breeding pair movements, including distances walked to shift wetland roost and foraging areas. And from Veltime 2022, the adult rooster foraging movement data indicates that a 2 kilometre radius is also highly likely to contain the majority of flight and walking activity. And that comes from this paper.
Okay, and I've already asked the question, then why isn't your buffer 2 kilometres? But that's a repeat question. I'm just going to now move, because I'm a little bit ad nauseum, and I agree, I admit, I'm going to sneak right through to slide number 18, my screenshot slide. And it's I think you guys call it Arthur Riley. I just call it the DECA tracking. We've already gone over the DECA tracking, but I just want to, I asked you a question about it. What is the difference between the Veltman GPS tracking and the, can I call it DECA rather than, because I've written it down as DECA, the DECA GPS tracking that's currently being performed now? What, in terms of scientific research, what's the difference between the two again?
Well, one was undertaken as part of a PhD, and my understanding is that this is being undertaken as a project by DECA.
Okay, so this one is a live tracking that you can go point. It's quite detailed, quite scientific, and quite technical. Are you dismissing the DECA tracking because what it's showing with the breeding bird? Just go to the next slide. What it's showing, and I've got the May to November tracking. It's an amazing tracking system. You can go right into it and pick out days, or and I'm picking out the period from May to 2024. Are you dismissing this because it shows that a parent brolga moves more than 600 metres during the breeding period?
No, I am not. I'm not.
So I'm just going to flick through. So you've just said no. Sorry.
Well, what's being depicted here is unfiltered data that hasn't had any analysis done on it to demonstrate what home range might look like for breeding, for instance.
Okay. All right. Just if you can, I'll flick through it. So this is in May, the movement of the brolga in May, and it was a really amazing experience for me to go and watch this brolga, particularly the breeding one.
Thank you, Ms. Lenihan. Ask if you could please keep moving. So you don't need to take us through each of the months, other than rapidly, as you have just done. Thank you.
Okay, so we come to this last one where you can see this breeding, the nesting area. This pair arrived at this location as their preferred breeding site. So it's a lovely experience to follow that through if you get a chance. The redbird. Everyone out there that's watching, have a go
Ms.
at that.
Lenihan, I'm just going to ask you to refrain from commentary. If you could just keep moving to you'll have an opportunity during your submission to talk us through anything that you'd like to.
Okay. So the next one. That all refers to okay, I'm just going to go into, because I'm a little bit ad nauseum, I agree, I'll just flick through the slides. So we're into this one. So this is the interim guidelines, PDF number 7. So the interim guidelines identify 3 important areas that will impact brolga, wind farms will impact brolga. The direct effect, which is mortality resulting in the collision of the turbines, the indirect effect, including habitat avoidance, and the barrier effect. When is a brolga at risk of colliding with a turbine?
When it's in flight within the height range of a turbine.
And if a brolga abandons an area or avoids an area because of the turbines, what is the light? And so it doesn't go back to that site, that breeding site. what is the likelihood of them colliding with a turbine?
Have we already answered this question?
Yeah, I'm not sure what your question was there, Ms. Lenihan. Is it different to your earlier questions?
Okay, so if the collision of the brolgas is assumed that the brolgas are living in the area and they're likely to collide. If they have been displaced from the area, then the collision, the chances of colliding would be reduced. Do you say that?
Well, what I would say about brolgas and collisions with turbines is that at this point we have one collision with a turbine in Victoria.
Okay, so I think I'm alluding to the question. Is that because the brolgas in that area have been displaced from the area and don't fly across the wind farm anymore?
No. No, there are still brolgas within areas with operational wind farms.
Okay, so this is your BIOS's collision risk model. Oops, sorry. From how far away do the brolgas avoid the turbines to avoid? So you're saying that it's the collision risk model predicts that brolgas will avoid the turbines at an avoidance rate of 95 to 99%. How far away from the turbines do they avoid? How far away do they avoid the turbines?
Well, it's not about avoidance distance. It's about the probability that they will avoid the turbine.
But isn't a buffer about avoidance distance?
No, the buffer is about disturbance distance.
Okay, so if they're just okay. So yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is if brolgas avoid the Kentbruck area because there's a wind
Ms.
farm.
Lenihan, it's not an opportunity for you to provide us with your views. You're welcome to do that during your submissions.
Okay. So on page PDF 23, you say the main threats to brolgas include loss of shallow fresh water, collision with fences and power lines, nests and ship predation. And you use a 2003 paper to say they're the main threats. You don't, a word search of Appendix D does not come up with the word displacement.
This is because there is no evidence of brolgas being displaced.
Okay. So you're saying the main impacts to brolga is not being displaced by the wind farm. It's only if they fly through and collide with the turbines.
No, it's using breeding and flocking buffers is to avoid disturbance to those key parts of the breeding, to those key parts of the life cycle.
So when you say disturbance, what do you mean?
Well, with breeding, failure to fledge chicks, and with flocking sites, it's just keeping a large enough area around a flocking site so that the brolgas don't interact with the wind farm.
So a disturbance is not going near a wind turbine, or is it being disturbed by the noise of the wind turbine? What would cause a brolga to be disturbed by a wind farm?
The presence of the turbines, yes.
Okay. All right. So they may avoid the turbines because of the presence, because of the fast, spinning large facility. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So now the interim guidelines PDF 13. Let me go to. Sorry. The indirect impacts of a wind farm development on Brolgas may include, but not limited to, displacement, where suitable habitats become unavailable if Brolgas avoid approaching turbines or associated infrastructure, loss of habitat from wind farm construction, and turbines creating barriers. As I said, you don't use the words displaced, or displacement in Appendix D because you say, contrary to what the guidelines say, Brolgas are not displaced. Let's move on. Is that correct? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying that Brolgas at this point there's no evidence that they are displaced by wind farms.
But okay, and that's the reason why you didn't bring up the post-construction reports as in Appendix D as something to be discussed.
No, it's not.
Okay. Next one. You at the start on page 14, you said that the appropriate legislation was those three. I noticed that you haven't included the Wildlife Act 1975. Is this an oversight, or does Appendix D contravene the Wildlife Act 1975?
It doesn't contravene the Wildlife Act 1975 as far as I'm aware.
So this is Section 58 of the Wildlife Act 1975, molesting and disturbing protected wildlife. Willfully
So I'll just note, Ms. Lenehan, a question was asked about this earlier. Is this an extension of that, or is it covering the same point?
I'm not really sure whether it was the same question. I'm just asking specifically Section 58B. Will the Brolga be disturbed, chased, or herded away from this construction of the wind turbines at Kentbruck? Given the nature, the huge industrial, fast spinning blades, do you think that they may be chased away from this wind farm, from the area? Frightened off?
No, I can't see how a wind farm chases or herds Brolga.
Your page PDF 23, this is from your comments. Observational and GPS tracking studies have shown that nesting adults and their chicks generally stay close to the breeding wetland containing the nest, or to the night roost wetland. And you referred to 2019, but we've already been through, so you refer here to 2019, but we've already established that for 2019, she only talks about walking chicks, and the 2020 paper is the paper that deals with adults. Is that correct?
The 2022 paper.
Yes, sorry, my mistake.
Has some adult movement data in it. Yes.
So when you talk about observational, what do you mean by observational? What observational observations were you referring to?
In this context, it's just reference to the observations that have been made in the work that we've done, as opposed to GPS tracking studies.
So this is your site analysis observations?
Just observations, yes.
In 2019, Veltman 2019, Veltman herself says the main threat to this wetland bird include habitat loss, chick predation, and collision with power lines. When she says habitat loss, what do you mean by what would she mean by habitat loss?
I didn't write that, so I don't know what was intended by the author.
And then in 2019, Veltman goes on to say wind farms may increase collision and mortality risk and habitat displacement, but the impact is difficult to assess or mitigate as movement patterns and home range of size are unknown. Then she goes on to explain what she deployed 11 GPS transmitters to fledged chicks only. I'm not going to go there. But what she did say is, including we deployed 11 GPS transmitters on pre-fledged Brolga chicks at breeding sites in 2010 to 2012, including at one wind farm, to investigate movement and home ranges of use of Brolga chicks. What wind farm was she referring to between 2010 and 12?
I don't know.
Okay, so the only one, there was really no operating wind farms at the time. I think the only one that was under construction was MacArthur Wind Farm.
Miss Lenahan, Mr. Van Oster said he doesn't know. So yeah, I'm happy for you to move on. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, so in the area that she was undertaking the GPS tracking, the only wind farm that was operating at that time was MacArthur, and it did not start until 2013. So just for your information on that one. All right. So I'm going to go down to your site analysis. So in your so this is your PDF 23. Once the chicks hatch, the family tends to walk together, though adults may take the occasional flight, particularly to defend their territory. Are you saying that the occasional flight is 2 kilometres, or is it up to 5.2 kilometres as in Veltman 2022?
No, the typical flights are more like 690 metres, and occasionally they might be a bit further than that when they're occupying a breeding site.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep moving through because I'm conscious of my repeated questions. Veltman 2022, she brings up a map of the movements. So this is all the GPS tracking that she undertook. If that's okay, I can do that. Now, I'm just looking at, from that map, I've used my highly technical desktop publishing skills to whack in some arrows. So Veltman in her 2022 studied both the flocking and the migratory, and at some of the times the Brolga stayed in their breeding home range. And I'm just looking at yellowbird here, and I've done this area only because it's got the scale down the bottom. And I'm looking at the two areas, the red dots are the nesting sites, and I'm looking at the birds. I'm just wondering whether, and we can't say this, but I'm just looking at the movement of these birds around the nesting sites. They don't seem to be migrating. They seem to be hanging around this area at this particular time. I've scaled these movements out to 10, 25, 15 kilometres. Have you had a close look at this map in Veltman 22, seeing that you're relying on that for the adult movements?
Yeah, I am aware of this figure in that paper. We've relied upon the fact that this is a peer-reviewed, published piece of scientific literature, and the interpretation of the data is the author's, not ours.
All right. So Veltman provided the data to to a journalist, and it's been able to be analysed. This is for her tracking data, and this graph, you've probably seen this a few times now, but we're looking at the movement of the adult Brolgas between the months of May and December, which is the breeding home range, and we're looking at some serious so this is Veltman's data that's been
Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to just ask where this document comes from. Is it a tabled document? To date, as I understand it, it's been extracts from tabled documents. Is this a tabled document?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy for Ms. Lenahan to answer the question.
So this is Veltman's data that's been peer reviewed, unlike Decker's apparently, and this is looking at the maximum distance.
So the document source, Ms. Lenahan, is it?
It's in my submission actually. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So this looks at the maximum movement that the Brolga from Veltman's tracking data moved per month. And we're looking at some serious distances here.
So, Ms. Lenihan, we might just ask Mr. Van Oster if he's seen and familiar with that graph before I get you either to move on or to ask a question.
It was in submissions.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the movement of the Brolga during May through to November. And the graph depicts the maximum distance they move in the month. Each bird, there was 22 birds. And each colour is a different bird. And some of those birds were travelling fairly serious distances in Veltman's.
Ms. Lenihan, I'm sorry to keep asking you to move on, but I don't need you to interpret the graph at this stage.
Okay.
If you have a question for Mr. Van Oster, please ask it.
The question, for Veltman's GPS tracking data of the birds, how many birds would be protected by a 900-metre buffer during the breeding season?
I can't interpret that. I don't know where that graph's come from. It's what it's based upon. Like I said before, we refer to peer-reviewed, published scientific literature where we can, and this doesn't have anything that verifies where it's from or what the data source is.
Okay, so this is the from her GPS, from her data, we're able to do a table, but that's okay. So if we were able to generate something that was a little bit more formalised from Veltman's work, and it brought up some bigger distances, would you have to consider that?
You would need to put that to the authors
Yep.
of the paper.
Okay, right. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm going to skip now through to, all right, that's a good next spot. If I can just snip through. Okay, so what I've done from your, from the Appendix D, I've identified the number of days and the type of inspection you've done. This is your field work. And
so Ms. Lenihan, this is a document, you've pulled this material together yourself, is that correct?
Yes, just to summarise things so that we've got the number of days. And, you know,
thank you.
I've just gone, what I've done on the side is I've identified each of the pages and from where that's from. So I'm looking at 22 days of field work over the 2018 to 2024. I think that's about 7 years. So that's the amount of field work that BIOS has invested in this particular project. During the 13 days of the roaming surveys, which is that top group, were Brolgas always within the 600-metre zone, or did the roaming surveys show that sometimes they were not present in the 600-metre zone?
I would need to look back over the data. The roaming surveys were to be on site and make notes about the presence of Brolga throughout different areas. So okay. they're not used to come up with concepts of home range, or they're examples of observational data.
Okay, so within around a nesting site, did you observe around that nesting site during those periods, during the breeding period, that the known nesting Brolgas who are known to be nesting, were they absent from that 600-metre zone at the time that you did the roaming surveys?
I don't have that information at my fingertips. I would imagine there would be examples of visiting breeding sites where we would have various numbers of Brolgas at those breeding sites, whether that was adults and or chicks.
And at times there may not be anyone. At times during the day they may not have been there. Well, they may not have been present in your observations.
Yeah, we moved very quickly to relying upon the GPS collected data set for this site because the brolgas were disturbed by our physical presence during observations. So, yeah, the data that's been collected here is in roaming surveys is more to confirm for us that these potential suitable breeding sites were actually occupied.
Okay, so you didn't employ the same methodology that you did at Penshurst, where when a brolga flew outside a 3 kilometre zone, you marked that down as a 0. You didn't. You did the Penshurst study and submitted that at Mount Fines. That was that was your major study at the Mount Fines panel hearing. So you didn't use that same methodology. You just basically said, oh, we're going to disturb the brolga, so we're not going to go there.
Well, it might not have been as simple as that, what you described, but yes, they're completely different assessment processes and methods that we employed.
Okay. Just with this one, your Appendix D, PDF 30, under the guidelines, Biosis was required to conduct a comprehensive understanding of all brolga sightings within the radius of the investigations. Biosis relied on a database search of the VBA by a third-party company, Brett Lane and Associates. Is that correct for your database search?
Well, we took that into consideration, yes, because it was already data that had been extracted from the VBA.
So you didn't do your own database search?
No, we did our own database searches.
So the limitations of the database search, you say that, and I've highlighted there, Brett Lane and Associates note limitations to the database search due to technical issues at the time. Did you know that? So therefore you didn't receive all the database from them?
Well, we had the database search that was compiled for that initial due diligence assessment. And
that incorporated Brett Lane Associates with a database that was slightly down at the time due to technical issues. Did you? So the point is that you've used a database search that wasn't that was having technical issues at the time, as you state there. You state that as a limitation.
It is in there as a limitation, yes.
And so are you relying on an incomplete database search for Appendix D?
I would need to look into what the limitations of that database search were, but we then completed a 5-kilometre search.
If I just move through to the community consultation, which is a large part of your
Mr. Venosta, sorry, Mr. Lenihan, I'd just like to clarify. So just to confirm, you were using the Brett Lane and Associates database, but in addition to that, further Biosis directly did its own database search.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That's clear.
How did Biosis inform the community that the only opportunity they would have to provide information about the brolga sightings was to turn up to an overday in the towns, which were sometimes many kilometres away? How did you inform the community?
It was an initial community consultation that was undertaken by the proponent.
So these were, I've been to a few of these community consultations, and sometimes they're not very well advertised, and people often miss
Ms. Lenihan, I'm sorry, we don't need to hear the details of that. If you could move to a question, please.
How many days were involved in these community sessions, and at what time of the working day were they conducted?
I don't have that information in front of me.
How many people in total were consulted about the brolgas?
Again, I don't have that information in front of me.
So did you have, what information did the proponent provide to you about the community consultation?
Just dates of where it would be and, where we needed to be and when.
So the proponent hasn't provided to you any information about the community's citing of the broggers from those community consultation meetings. When you say you're using local community consultation to identify brogger movements in the area, and you're saying the proponent hasn't given it to you, what then are you using as information from the community consultation?
Well, we continued to collect information from various experts and local experts around brolga activity in the region.
Okay.
And so that, in that regard, we focused pretty quickly on the local area because we were aware that we were not within an area that's traditionally used for flocking. And so our focus very quickly came down to where there was breeding habitat locally. And we did receive numerous breeding observations from a local ornithologist,
Okay.
as well as landowners.
So you didn't actually draw any information from the community consultations that were conducted within the 10-kilometre distance of the town. You didn't use any of that information. The local people you didn't use any local knowledge. You went to your
sorry,
Ms.
I'm going to
Lenihan,
interrupt.
yeah. Thank you.
He's already
Mr.
answered the
Chester.
question,
Yes.
explaining that he did use information from local landowners as well as local ornithologists.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Ms. Lenihan. Move on.
Other than DECA staff, the host landowners, which was a plantation manager, and a person from South Australia, who else was involved in the community consultation?
Well, it's probably not appropriate for me to name individuals, but yeah, at least one well-known local ornithologist.
Okay. All right. PDF 49 from Appendix D. It is possible that some landowners with records were not in attendance at the community sessions, and that some
Ms. Lenihan, can I just ask you where this question is going? Is it different to what you've just covered? And if not, please move on.
So if Biosis states that community consultation did not identify all potential brogger habitats, why didn't this trigger a site-specific survey?
We were already doing a site-specific survey. We moved from what was essentially a level 1 assessment to a level 2 assessment very quickly because we identified that there was brolga breeding habitat within the actual project area.
So a site-specific survey is not a level 1 and level 2 assessment. A site-specific survey is a...
Ms. Lenihan, would you mind, I'm going to ask you to ask direct questions, not to provide explanations. Thank you.
Do you know the difference between a level 1, level 2 and level 3 assessment?
Yes.
And when your information to Mr. Chesil, who came back with the answer that stated you did not do a site-specific survey, is that correct? We got an email. It was an early document. I think it was document 130 or something.
Sorry, I think we should take the witness to the document.
Yes, are you able to take us to the document, Ms. Lenihan?
I'll take you to the one of the this was an email from this was an email from I think I had correspondence about it being that no site-specific survey was undertaken by Biosis.
I think if we don't have the document before us, Ms. Lenihan, I would prefer you to move on to another line of questioning. Thank you.
So you can't, so you can't, I think it was, you can't really, you're saying that you're unaware of the claim made by OSIS that they didn't undertake a site-specific survey. And the reason they didn't, because they rely on Veltman.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't realise I had to actually resupply that's been lodged by the. I could have a screenshot of it. I think I've got it in Mr. Organ's. Here I have. I'll go to page 74. Okay. So this was reference document 124. Found it. UDI. Ready, set, go. Appendix 1. Biosis have not collected site-based data to establish Brolga breeding home ranges as described at page 64 and 65 of Appendix D. Is that clear? That's from you guys.
We haven't collected site-specific data to establish Brolga breeding home ranges. We've used the published information in order to ascribe buffers.
Okay. All right. We just wanted to clarify. I just wanted to make sure that I got my site-specific stuff organised. Okay.
Just
this one here.
Beg your pardon, Ms. Feltham. Just in passing, we know that's a different point to the question that was raised earlier about a site-specific assessment.
Yes.
Thank you. A field. Okay. Yes. Okay. Site-specific assessments and analysis. What I'm doing is relying on the Brolga guidelines to define things for me. So I'm not sure of Biosis's interpretations of the guidelines. So number 63, sorry, page 63 of this, a field inspection of short duration undertaken in November 2018 over a large area and limited by roadside access and visibility of all suitable areas is likely to miss Brolga. The Biosis 2019 VB database search was limited to 5 kilometres rather than 10 kilometres. However, the 10-kilometre search area of the BLA, which is Brett Lane and Associates, formed part of the overall level 1 assessment. Is Biosis saying that the field inspections were undertaken from inside a car or on the roadside?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading this. It's saying that there was an initial field visit undertaken that was broad scale in November 2018.
One of the 22 days, or one of the 13 days of your roaming surveys. Is this a roaming survey?
No. No, this would have been us doing early field work on site to just get a handle on what was happening on the site and map potential habitat.
Okay, all right, okay. So again with the community, so going to limitations, PDF 31, the community consultation sessions only capture observations of attendees, and Brolga occupancy of some areas within private land can be overlooked if other methods are not used to capture sightings. I've already asked you how many members of the community. So you're saying one member of the community was consulted. So I'm sorry, I'm redoing that question. I'll go to 65.
Thank you.
Although the local experts consulted in our assessment have good knowledge of the area and they may not be aware of the Brolga sightings, therefore not all Brolga occurrences and locations of habitats used within the ROI. What's that again?
Radius of investigation.
I know that, sorry. May have been captured in the assessment. Who are the local expert consultants and why may they not be aware of all Brolga sightings?
Oh, just because they may not actually have been able to capture all local Brolga sightings.
Mr. Lenihan, Ms. Lenihan, I'm struggling to understand where you're heading with the line of questioning.
I think the level one, there's been the level 1 and level 2 assessment form a large part of Appendix D. And we've now established that it was based on one local consultancy with a person. And I think it's, I thought there was a lot more to it, but obviously there's not. So I think it's a good time, yes, to move on. So let's go to this map here. And there's a lot.
Mr. Venosta, I don't know, would you like to provide any comment on that summary statement that Ms. Lenehan asked you to no longer make any further summary statements, but I will give Mr. Venosta an opportunity to respond to that.
The consultation that was undertaken was comprehensive and was also considered to be adequate by DECA through the EES process.
So this map here is your map, PDF 61, Appendix D, and I think Mr. Organ also looked at this area, and there are quite a number of yellow triangles, which are breeding sites, nesting sites. And if I zap this up to the next one, so this, what I've done is I've actually, using this map and that scale, if you go down to the bottom, you can see the scale, the half of that, the 0 to 1 is 1 kilometre and half of that is 500 metres. So that's the scale. And what I've done, because I'm highly technical, is I've popped a couple of arrows to scale out 500 metres or 500 metres on this map. So I'm looking at a 500 or 600 metre distance between that nesting site and a turbine. And then I'm looking down here at that.
Ms. Lenehan, could you just ask, I understand you're explaining the notations on the plan, but if you could please ask your question.
So what I've measured out is from the breeding, from each of those nesting sites, the distance in kilometres to the nearest turbine. And I'm looking at 0.5 kilometres, 1 kilometre, 1.5 kilometres and 2 kilometres. So if the default displacement buffer was enforced, how many turbines in this southwest corner of the wind farm would be removed?
Is that a question if the buffer was 3.2 kilometres?
It looks like it from the screen.
So yeah, so if the panel decided to go with the precautionary principle and apply a 3.2 kilometre buffer, as did the Mount Fines panel, how many turbines would be knocked out of this wind farm using those distances?
I can't make that. I can't provide an answer to that from what I have in front of me, other than I can see that you're suggesting it's 13.
Okay, so are you diverging from the 3.2 kilometre buffer zone to a 600 metre one?
To a 900 metre buffer.
600 plus 300 metres. So 600 is the displacement buffer, 300 is disturbance. Because I'm not going to ask that question. It's too rude. I'm going to move on to the next one. My apologies. Okay, I'm trying to now. So the aerial surveys that you did over 2 days, you state that the aerial surveys were conducted over 2 days and unlikely to capture all likely breeding sites. Why didn't this trigger a site-specific analysis? And as per a site-specific analysis under the guidelines?
Well, we were already conducting detailed site-specific analysis, but not as it relates to buffers. This was us doing an aerial survey to identify whether we could see any other breeding brolga within the radius of investigation.
So it was really just a level 1 and level 2 assessment that you were doing at this specific site.
Well, it's sorry, off the top of my head, I can't remember which part the aerial survey is in, but it's, yeah, we were conducting the aerial survey as directed in the guidelines.
Yes, so I understand it was at your level 2 assessment level, the aerial surveys, and if they were unlikely to capture all of the breeding sites, why didn't that trigger a site-specific survey as a level 3 site-specific survey?
Well, it didn't identify any Brolgas breeding within 3.2 kilometres of the project area. It identified Brolgas breeding elsewhere.
Okay, all right. Okay, PDF 49, Appendix D, roadside inspection. Limited field survey efforts were undertaken in the agricultural area in the eastern part of the project area between the Boiler Swamp Road and the Hayward Terminal, apart from the roadside inspections. So you said you did a roadside inspection early on in the piece. It wasn't part of your level 1 or level 2 inspection. Is that what you're saying?
So let me read this again. No, what we're saying here is that that section of the study area along the power connection, the grid connection, we weren't necessarily able to access all of that agricultural area. So we did that from a roadside inspection perspective.
So were your roaming surveys conducted from the roadside?
No.
Okay.
These aren't roaming surveys.
Okay. So down to the next one. It is possible suitable habitat and records within the area were not completely captured. Is it possible that suitable records of the resident Brolga were not completely captured in the fieldwork observations because the Brolga had flown outside the 600-metre zone as part of its daily flight to forage?
No, it's the surveys that were undertaken that we're talking about here are along the power line route, which is now in most of that area an underground power line.
Okay, all right. I think what we've successfully done is gone around in circles. So I'll go back to this one. Let's go back to this one.
So, Ms. Lenihan, just in terms of the time, I understand you're still wanting to ask some questions of Mr. Organ as well. Is that
yes,
correct?
I think I've been going for an hour so far in total. Yep.
That's plus the time before the lunch break. So we're looking at probably around half an hour of the 2 hours that you indicated left. Yep.
Depending on the answers to the questions, it's pretty hard to actually.
Of course, no, I understand that.
Of course, yeah. So
but we're certainly looking for efficiency. We've got quite a lot to get through this afternoon, and if there's any way of not going around in circles, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
So I'll just zip to the last one. Brolga breeding and non-breeding home ranges are likely to vary with local habitat quality and extent and seasonal conditions. This is from the interim guidelines, PDF 11. Unless site-specific investigations can show with a high level of confidence the size, the shape of the home range for a project, then the DSC's default breeding and flocking site home ranges should be used for the project. Proposed site-specific buffer distances should be agreed to by DSC, and you're saying DECA has. As BIOSIS cannot show with a high level of confidence the size and shape of the home ranges for the project because it has not conducted a site-specific analysis, and because BIOSIS relies on a paper that investigates walking chick movements only and which specifically states it does not investigate adult Brolga, why hasn't BIOSIS adopted the precautionary principle and recommended the default 3.2 kilometre displacement buffer for the Kentbruck wind farm?
that submission or a question?
Question: why haven't you adopted the precautionary principle, given that you haven't undertaken a site-specific survey?
Well, we have applied very specific approach to buffering on the site based on peer-reviewed literature and work that's demonstrated the size of buffers and the extent that are required to meet the requirements of the guidelines.
And the peer review work that you refer to is Veltman 2019.
And 2022.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Benosta. Can I zap over to you, Mr. Organ?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so
just
this is-
before you do move to that, I'm just going to, I know we have a break scheduled in 15 minutes, but we'll look to get through Ms. Lenahan's questions and just get you to move as efficiently as possible. Thank you, Ms. Lenahan. And Mr. Organ, of course, with your answers, if you could be as succinct as possible. Thank you.
Okay, so there's only 200 or so breeding pairs of the southern brogger left in the world. We established it's an important to protect the Kentbruck winds, and the Kentbruck has a number of breeding sites for broggers. Because so many of the brogger nest sites in the Kentbruck wind farm because the wind farm is so close to brogger nesting sites, wouldn't it be best for Neone to build their wind farm in a different location other than being so close to a brogger? Wouldn't it be easier to do that and then just stick with a 3.2 kilometre?
I'm happy to answer that.
Mr. Organ, I think.
Jump in.
Yes, thank you.
I don't think that question really goes to the matters that are before the committee. That is, the question is not whether it's easier to build it somewhere else, but whether it is acceptable to build it where it is proposed. Okay. And that, of course, is the nature of the assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Jessel. Yes, no, that's the IAC's understanding. We're assessing the project before us. So,
what does a brogger family look like?
And if Ms. Lenahan, if the questions are of a similar style or level of detail and approach to Mr. Venosta, I'd be prefer if you ask Mr. Organ if there were anything that he disagreed with, as we've been tending to do, rather than to go through each individual small question. Thank you.
What does the brogger family look like?
I'm pretty sure that Mr. Venosta answered that question. So, yeah, an adult pair and a chick or multiple chicks.
So does it also include the fledged chicks and the juveniles?
Yes.
Okay, so if we look at Veltman 2022, we should mainly looks at the fledged chicks and the juveniles. So is the 600 metre buffer covers the movement of the fledged chicks and the juveniles as well?
Is that a question? Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to keep moving. I'm sorry. Okay. So this is in the interim guidelines. The Veltman study for her thesis was funded by the Victorian government and the wind industry, and we've established that biosis also contribute to that. There they are. There. This is in the SWIFT, the Southwest Victorian Brogger Research Project, and biosis have got their support there, so they've obviously funded this. Do you think knowing what they started out, what they funded in terms of funding all of the GPS tracking, Do you think that it was suspicious that Veltman did not use all the GPS tracking data that was funded by the government and the industry for her thesis?
I can't comment on that. It's not suspicious. Yeah, I can't
that's
comment.
adequate, Mr. Organ. Thank you.
Okay, so you never wondered why, or you never inquired about why Veltman only used the data from the walking chicks to. So after doing all those 4 years of study, funded by the wind industry and including Biosis, she only used a very small percentage, I think it was 0.1% of the data in her thesis and then in Veltman 2019. Did you ever, as a scientist with ecology or science 101 being always have an inquiring mind, did you ever inquire about that?
No.
So, as an experienced ecologist who has a thorough understanding of the Veltman's GPS tracking, do you think that Biosis, who did the Appendix D and the investigation, has taken a significant business risk by using Veltman 2019 as the basis of a submission to a $1 billion development that relies on a 600-metre buffer for its turbine locations or modelling?
I don't think that's a question that Mr. Organ can answer, Ms. Lenihan. I'll ask you to move on. Thank you.
Okay.
And I really need you to keep your questions focused on the matters before the IAC.
So when you say avoidance of significant impacts of Brolga has been a central consideration throughout the planning, by avoidance, do you mean collision avoidance?
No, it's avoidance encapsulates multiple things. So avoidance of impacts directly to wetlands, so breeding habitat. There's no direct impacts associated with the project where there'll be no removal of breeding habitat, and then avoidance with respect to potential collision risk. So having adequate buffers, gaps between turbines, the turbine height, a range of other measures, but principally the number of turbines originally proposed and then reduced down to the 105. So there's multiple things I've outlined in my evidence that essentially defines avoidance.
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at the main impacts to wind farms from the Brolga guidelines compared to Appendix D. To me, what is the glaring difference between the two emphasis on the impacts to avoid? So we've got the Brolga, the interim guidelines saying. My question is, what is from those two focus? So Appendix D focus on collision risk, whereas the guidelines is a collision risk is just one of the focus. Can you see that there's a glaring difference between the focus on the two documents, Appendix D and the interim guidelines?
Oh, it's essentially, keep using that word essentially, it's basically the same other than indirect impacts, including habitat avoidance. And you've got collision. It's just playing on words. Ultimately, it's the direct impacts and indirect impacts, which the impact assessment has addressed both those. There's a range of direct impacts and there's also indirect impacts, which both the guidelines and the impact assessment have addressed.
Okay. I'm just going, I'm doing the right thing and I'm flipping through my question pages. All right, I'll just go straight down to here. Okay, empirical research. You say that you're a big fan of Appendix D, it seems. So turbine-free buffers were derived using the best available site information, even though when you get into it, the database down and one person was consulted and etc.
Miss Lenehan.
Recent
Miss
empirical
Lenehan,
research.
sorry, Miss Lenehan, I'm just going to ask you to ask very direct questions, please, and no more commentary. It's not of assistance to the IAC or any of the parties.
What is the empirical research on Brolga movements provided by Veltman 2019? What is the empirical research, not the conceptual research?
It's based on a PhD that was undertaken over multiple years, and then 2 papers that were peer reviewed and published. So there's a data set, interpretation of that data set, and then conclusions reached. So that's based on empirical research and information outlined in those papers.
So that's not empirical research is like a literature review research. Empirical research is, I think,
Miss Lenehan, I'm not confident that the line of questioning is leading anywhere useful, so I'll ask you to move on. Thank you.
So if Veltman 2019, looking at this one here, and this is Veltman's 2022 paper, I'm probably asking the same question, so I'm going to be pulled up on this. But if Veltman 2019 is such a significant scientific paper that defines the movement of the family of birds within the breeding home range, whilst in residence of their breeding home range, why hasn't Veltman relied on it to define the movements of adults in her 2022 paper?
Well, the 2022 paper does go into movements regarding those different age classes. So it does go through adults, fledged individuals, and individuals that weren't flying. So it covered multiple age classes in the 2022 paper.
She didn't. Veltman didn't draw on Veltman 2022 doesn't draw on 2019 comments or conceptual comments.
Is that a question, Miss Lenehan?
I'm trying to establish that there is a reliance on 2019, which talks about walking chick data, and Veltman herself doesn't. Veltman basically in 2022 starts from scratch and uses all of the GPS tracking, and she doesn't refer back to her 2019 paper to define the movement of adults during their home range.
And sorry, Miss Lenehan, the question for Mr. Organ is,
why are you relying on Veltman 2019 when Veltman herself doesn't rely on it when she's discussing the movement of the family members of the Brolga during flights and also whilst they're in residence of their breeding home range?
They're 2 completely separate investigations. So there was a question asked and then went through the methods, and then they applied looked at the data and then analysed that data. But they're essentially 2 separate papers that looked at different periods during the life cycle of the species to capture that information. I can't comment as to why they didn't reference, if they have or have not referenced the 2019 paper or specifically information in that paper, in their most recent paper. But they're 2 separate questions that answered, and they've been answered differently in terms of the paper, the output.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll pick up what you've just said. Yes, so 2019 looked at a very narrow window of when the chicks were walking just prior to fledging, and the trackers couldn't go on until they were quite old, so for around about 2 weeks.
Thank you, Miss Lenehan. We don't need you to talk us through it. I'll ask you to move to your next, and I imagine you're getting close to the end of questions.
Yes, we are. Can you see
Thank
the
you.
If pre-fledged chicks determine the movement of adults during the period they are a resident of their breeding home range, why didn't Veltman draw on the conclusions that pre-fledged walking chicks of those conclusions.
This question's been answered.
I think that's the same question.
Okay. All right. I'll just go back. So, as an ecologist, your definition of the movements of the brolga during the breeding home range is 600 metres using the empirical evidence from Veltman and not from the DECA, the current DECA tracking that's done at the moment, which is also GPS tracking.
So it's really important to put everything into context. If I just had 3 sharp answers. 1, the 5 kilometre and the 3.2 kilometre buffer around flocking and breeding sites respectively were derived in 2011. And that was based on an investigation undertaken at the time that was very conservative, that tried to capture a buffer around most or all of the flights. So that's why it was just a default 5K buffer and a 3.2K buffer based on 1% of the flights going beyond the 5 kilometres and a very small proportion of the flights during the breeding season going beyond the 3.2 kilometres. That's why DECA at the time, over 10 years ago, set that in place as a conservative default. And then there's obviously opportunities to depart from that based on empirical on-site radio tracking or activity budgets at a breeding site where you stand around and you look to see where the birds are moving to inform a home range. What's come out since then is obviously the papers from Veltime in 2019 and 22. That essentially looks at all the information, radio tracking. It does not depart from saying that birds don't fly beyond the 5 kilometres for flocking sites. And it doesn't say that birds don't fly beyond the 3.2 kilometres for breeding sites. It actually provided a lot more evidence to say that birds go beyond that in certain instances. So it's about a risk-based approach where you're capturing the majority of the flights or the highest proportion of the bird's activity within a certain area. So that's why those 2 papers capture number 1. The 2019 paper is looking at what's the proportion of birds moving out from the breeding site and the percentage of those flights. And in the risk assessment approach that BIOS has undertaken and the collision risk modelling, they've assumed that both birds at each breeding site will fly out every day, twice a day, beyond the 900 metres.
Sorry,
I haven't finished my answer. I'll get so then essentially the buffers that have been applied to this project covers off on the majority of the flights. There will be a proportion of flights that go beyond the buffers that are proposed here. And those flights that go beyond those areas have been, a collision risk model has been prepared to determine what the risk will be per bird for the project. So that's the next step. It's not saying let's apply a blanket buffer so there'll be no impact on the birds. There will be potentially an impact on the birds, and that has been assessed.
So, yes. So Appendix D was dealing with collision, not displacement from the breeding home range due to avoidance.
And the evidence that is available, and I know Mr. Cumming went through multiple reports. I've reviewed all those reports that have been submitted over the last week. There is no, and I'll say no compelling evidence. I can go to through cross-examination or whatever that would clearly show a displacement post-construction at those sites. And I can show exact examples in those reports where it states and shows on the figures where breeding continues to occur within a distance from those operating wind farms.
Are you talking about, excuse me, are you talking about the Dundonald's wind farm? For that, are you saying that there's only, and the Macarthur wind farm?
I'm talking about Salt Creek Wind Farm, Berrybank Wind Farm, Stockyard Hill Wind Farm and Dundonnell Wind Farm. Every single wind farm, there have been documented records of brolgas within those areas post-construction.
But okay, but were they breeding in the area within 5 kilometres?
Yes.
Were they breeding brolgas in the area?
Yes.
So you're saying that of all those wind farms, brolgas were.
Thank you. I think we've heard the answer clearly, Ms. Lenihan.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to the last lot of questions. Okay, you said that in your statement that the pine plantation, I think you called it sterile, and that brolgas won't enter into the Kentbruck pine plantation, which I understand is owned by HVP Plantations. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure who owns it, but if you've...
That's not a question. Thank you, Ms. Lenihan. Move on.
Okay. So the question is, are you aware that brolgas actually do nest in HVP pine plantations?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
And I have never said, and I'm not stating that they wouldn't breed in a pine plantation. The fact is there's no suitable habitat, breeding habitat on this site within this pine plantation. If you look 40 kilometres to the north, where there are large wetlands and breeding records surrounded by plantation, yes, they occur in that context, but not on this site.
Okay, last question. Here we go. I'll go down to the last one. As an experienced ecologist of many years, is it your expert opinion that the distance a large bird, such as a brolga, will fly out and forage for food throughout the 5 months of it as it resides in its breeding habitat is to be defined by the distance its chicks walk?
No, I haven't said that. The chicks will be restricted to the nest within 400 or 500 metres. The adults will disperse and move out across the landscape during the breeding season beyond those distances, but they're restricted often next to the nest, but they will go out beyond those areas to forage.
How far do they go out?
Ms. Lenihan, I think Mr. Organ's adequately answered the question.
So how far? I don't think he has. How far do they go out?
Well, based on, like I said earlier, at least 3.2 kilometres, but in the context of this site, which is very different, I mentioned it when I gave evidence last week, this site is unique to other wind farm projects in Victoria through the range of the distributional range of the species in a lot of sites, where you've got a large cluster of wetlands surrounding the wind farm site. Here you've got discrete known locations of wetlands. So we've got adequate data to know where birds will move across the landscape because we know there's wetlands there. Whereas when you ask questions around, oh, that's a breeding record, what about 5 years ago, it used to breed in that little dam there and there, that's in the context of the majority of in southwest Victoria, where you've got a mosaic and a matrix of all these wetlands with different hydrology and different landscape. And it's in a landscape of a cleared landscape, whereas where birds would disperse in any direction, whereas here they're going to be restricted to that eastern area where it's been modified and cleared. Look, the odd individual might go through the Kentbruck Heath, but that's the heathland and forest environments. They're not going to be dispersing in a northwesterly direction to go and forage in the forest or go and forage in the pine plantation necessarily. So here we've got very clear demarcation of habitat suitability in the context of the site. So that provides a higher level or extra level of confidence to understand how the species would use the landscape over time.
You've explained that again, but do the
Ms. Lenihan, I think that was your last question. If you're
actually, I'm just, if you don't mind.
I do mind, actually. I mean, Ms. Lenihan,
I just want to follow up on that if you don't mind. I think it's really important because you're saying that they go out to 3.2 kilometres.
Ms. Lenihan, we have covered the issue adequately. If you have something to say, you can bring it to us during your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will break now for 15 minutes. See everybody back at 22, and we'll move into some questions from the IAC. Thank you. Right, thank you. So we'll move into some questions from the IAC, and I'll hand you to Member Wilkinson when he'll be logged in a moment.
I'll just ask the first. Oops, turn that on. I'll just ask the first question while that's taking a while to load up. Here we go. Mr. Cummings tabled several compliance reports from wind farms this morning, and Mr. Organ referred to those just before the break. Mr. Organ said he's reviewed those reports and found no evidence in those reports of displacement of brolgas. In your evidence this morning, you said you hadn't reviewed those reports, but you also indicated that you saw no evidence. Well, you said there was no evidence of displacement also, but what's your, or that statement that you made, what evidence is that based on? I guess your comment that there is no evidence.
Yeah.
I think that was just to be clear, that was directed.
Sorry, that's directed to Mr. Venosta.
I'll just clarify that this morning I did say that 2 of those reports are BIOSIS reports, and I am familiar with those reports. So that was my qualification, was in reference to those. In terms of my understanding of displacement effects.
Okay, so it's, yeah, so that conclusion is based on those reports as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry. Mr. Organ, were you wanting to add something to that?
Yeah. So I didn't review it as part of my review of the BIOSIS report or reports because they weren't in those reports. It's then come to light that there's been multiple documents filed over the course of the last week, which my understanding was the reason for that is so that we could prepare and review those documents and provide a response based on the questions from the submitters. I've actually done that. I spent a lot of time reviewing all those documents, and that's why I made that statement at the end there, because I've looked at those documents. I've interrogated the BAMP plan or the BAM plans before, and the information that's available that I have. And I believe that's the main information that's going to be provided as part of the submission. So I think it'd be worthy of either responding to that if I had the opportunity, or I'll be guided by the committee as to whether a supplementary evidence to summarise the key points. I'm happy to do that as well. But I can show you one example for Dundonald or Stockyard Hill where it's clear based on the information that's been provided, not the covering one page, but when you delve into the actual detail, you can see that there is ongoing breeding that's occurred in year 1. There's been no doubt multiple reports being generated since then at those sites, which I don't have access to. But what I've read through, I stand by my statement earlier. There's no clear evidence that displacement has occurred for brolga at these sites.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was really just wanted to clarify whether Mr. Venosta was using some other information as well in reaching that conclusion. But it sounds like it is primarily based on sort of the what's come back from compliance reports.
Yes.
Yep.
And Mr. Organ, just the comment that you made about the possibility of providing further evidence, we'll just consider that and we'll come back to you via the proponent if we are. Assume at this stage that we're happy to review the documents that have been tabled and that we won't need that. But if we do, we'll come back to you via the proponent.
For the committee's benefit, I was going to invite Mr. Organ in re-examination to make any observations that he wanted in respect of those documents. So that's something we're proposing to do. Thanks.
The other one, look, the other one is just a clarification, because there's a couple comments in or statements in your or in your statement. So a couple
This is
comments
for
that
Mr. Venice. Sorry, for Mr.
Sorry.
Venosta.
this is to Mr. Organ.
Mr. Organ.
Yeah, there's a couple sentences that appear to be contradictory, but I might be misinterpreting them. So just so I'm clear, you indicate that brolgas do not typically reach rotoswept height until they're approximately 2.5 kilometres from a breeding wetland. That's correct, isn't it?
I think I know the sentences that you're referring to, and I did read over that last night, and I noticed that on the bottom of page 82 and top of page 83. It might be that one, or there's some other one that refers to the distance to 2.5 kilometres. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's within that paragraph at the bottom of 82, 83. It so then goes on to say that you refer to 4 turbines, turbines 12, 34, 35 and 42 in the southeast of the project area are located near known breeding wetlands and may present a relatively higher potential for interaction. But those turbines would seem to be within the 2.5 kilometres, wouldn't they? Or
yes, that's where I did read over that, and I thought so typically based on that graph in the biosis report where it looked at the higher proportion of the flights that are higher risk are the ones beyond the 2.5. I still believe those turbines close to those wetlands, yes, they're within 2.5. There's a couple that are about 3.2 kilometres away, but the ones that I've mentioned are within the 2.5. So therefore, one would say that if birds were flying from the breeding site out to the west, they won't get to that height where they're intersecting with the turbines. So I agree with what you've just stated. However, I guess generally, given the proximity to the breeding sites, I've said that they've got probably an elevated risk, even though hypothetically the bird could fly off in a northerly direction and then come back through to the site into the westerly direction. So just the proximity of those turbines to those breeding records present a comparatively higher risk. But in saying that, they're unlikely to get to the height of rotoswept area until about the 2.5k mark. But there's situations where they can go up higher depending on which way they go flying back around. Yeah.
Okay. No, thanks.
But I did pick that one up. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that. I think everything else I've got has been pretty well covered. So look, I think I can leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question for both experts, and it relates to the drafting, or it relates to one of the mitigation measures, so BR01, and the wording at the beginning of that: construction activity will not be undertaken within Brolga breeding buffers when pairs are present and engaging in breeding activity. So my question is whether if construction work is underway prior to the breeding season, is it possible that would prevent the Brolgas from entering that breeding site and using that site? And are there any implications of that?
So this is MMBR01.
That's right.
And that's why I comment about not being too restrictive, because you might get to a situation where construction might occur over 1 or 2 years or 6 months, and it will encroach within the period of breeding.
Yes.
So what do we pack up everything and go home and wait until next year and remobilise. That's not practical. So
that isn't my question,
Oh.
Mr. Organ. My question is just specifically if there are construction activities. So the wording of it at the moment is specifically whether if the Brolga pairs are present or engaging in breeding activity for the construction works not to be undertaken, given the construction works proposed to be over an extended time frame. If it's underway, will it prevent the Brolgas from using that site or commencing breeding?
What line is it? Just so I know exactly.
The very first sentence.
It's a pretty restrictive requirement. But in answer to your question, if there's a situation where it depends on what the construction entails and where it is in relation to the nesting pair, because they're subject to disturbances in this landscape now with agricultural activities and grazing, and from presumably it's as cropping or grazing land. So one would say that given their high site fidelity, that's going to be meaning that there'll be no construction during the breeding period, because one would say that, and not only that, you've got multiple breeding pairs in that location. It's not just one pair that could potentially breed somewhere else to the south. So there's probably a high likelihood that you will get breeding activity annually in that area. So some thought around having, if you're strictly looking at protecting and minimising abandonment or trying to maximise breeding success, then one would say that there shouldn't be a construction at that period, but it might be quite prohibitive for the practical delivery or construction in that location. So what you've got trenching of transmission lines, and then you've got the terminal station in that, and across those paddocks, the terminal or the transmission lines located to the north. There is a breeding location, breeding number 1 site, which is the northeastern part of that property. So it's going to present potentially some restrictions. So I don't know how to.
I was just really interested to know whether it would deter, in your view, them using the site, which may mean that there wouldn't be potentially no breeding for that period of time.
So the short answer is they will, but depending on the level of construction, they may continue, and the location of where they are, because there's multiple wetlands. I can't predict whether that would compromise the breeding success in that location.
Thank you. And Mr. Van Oster, do you have anything to add?
Only that if there are construction activities occurring when they begin to breed, that if that can be ceased as quickly as possible, that would limit obviously any impact that's going to occur.
And would you say that scenario that you've just described is adequately captured in the way that the mitigation measures drafted?
The way that I've read it, yes.
Yeah. And you're satisfied with that? Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. So no further questions from the IAC. I'll hand you to Mr. Chessel for re-examination.
Thank you. I'll just go over my notes. I know I do have some questions. The first question or series of questions concerned matters put to Mr. Van Oster by Mr. Tobin concerning impacts from the construction of the substation, and so flow on relatively neatly from the last series of questions. Document number 142 is a technical note that was prepared to describe the staging of substation construction works, and I'll just ask for that one to be shared on the screen, please. And if we skip down to PDF page 6 of 8, well, one sees that the different stages of substation construction works are set out. This is a question first for Mr. Van Oster, and then I'll turn to Mr. Organ. Mr. Van Oster, do you see that the first stage of construction is likely to run for 3 months?
Yes.
And that it concerns site preparation and civil works?
Yes.
And that is a time during which a moderate to high level of construction noise and impact is anticipated?
Yes, that's what it describes.
If we turn then to the second entry, the second phase, a phase running between 3 to 6 months in duration, is electrical installation.
Yes.
And during that phase, there's a lower level of construction noise compared to site preparation and civil works. And approximately, if we look over the page, 12 trucks in total during that period. 1 semi-trailer, 1 to 2 trucks per day, 5 to 10 light vehicles daily. And then the third phase is commissioning work. And during that phase, which is ongoing following electrical installation, there will be 5 to 10 light vehicles daily. And the questions that were posed to you were posed in the context of a development program of between 1.5 to 2 years in duration. What do you say the staging of works during that period means in terms of the capacity to manage impacts on Brolga, should they be present within the relevant areas during that time?
To the extent that activities that generate minimal noise, which is I think what I was saying earlier today, minimal light, the extent to which those can be scheduled to occur during sensitive periods in the Brolga breeding season, I think that's relevant.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Organ, what do you say about the staging as described there as it concerns the potential to manage impacts on Brolga in particular during the breeding season?
Yeah, based on, I wasn't aware of that staging and the duration and what's proposed. Gives me a lot more comfort in that it can be managed appropriately given the duration, and there's a lot of capacity to ensure that indirect impacts don't occur during that process on Brolga.
Thank you. My next topic concerns questions put to Mr. Van Oster by Mr. Cumming, and in particular, Mr. Van Oster, you were asked questions about the 9 days of inspection that you undertook, and you indicated that they were inspections that you completed personally, but that additional surveys were undertaken by other members of your team. My question to you is, to what extent do you consider the survey effort completed by your team to be adequate to respond to the requirements of the guidance contained within the interim guidelines?
Yes, what the effort we undertook on site was extremely comprehensive and is in response to the requirements of the interim guidelines.
Thank you. Mr. Organ, what do you say about the adequacy of the field work that informed part of the assessment?
Yeah, it's always a criticism, one would say, when you come to these type of hearings. I think there's probably a couple of things I want to mention. One is that you can't look at the Brolga assessment in isolation. Brolga's a conspicuous bird. There were vegetation surveys which Mr. Gibson went through in terms of the number of days he's out in the field. There's a range of other surveys across that multi-year survey effort. Second point is that the point counts, there were 418 point counts across the entire site, of which there were multiple point count locations. So if you have a look at figure 10A in the technical document, it'll show exactly those control sites and the point count sites. And there were 8,360 minutes of point count surveys, of which Brolga were recorded during those point count surveys. So additional to those days that have been highlighted recently. And then the big thing, the difference here, like I said earlier, where other projects, there's been this question mark around, oh, you didn't check that wetland out. There's a breeding record there. The work that's been undertaken has been comprehensive because it's looked at multiple species over multiple times, and we know based on the wetland layer that DECA provide that provides a really good indication of the likelihood and the extent of wetlands across this landscape. And all the sites that have been identified, and there's a map in the technical document of the wetlands, all those have been surveyed and assessed. So I've got a high level of confidence that nothing's been missed here. It's not like there's a breeding record that we haven't, it's unaccounted for. And then last point, this site is of high ornithological interest. There's a lot of naturalists. There's people that run around looking for red-tailed black cockatoos every year as part of the national yearly counts. The fact that I think there was an additional 20 or so records based on and that's outlined in the figure, one of the figures that show those orange crosses. The biosis work have added a substantial number of records of Brolga that weren't known, and that's a reflection of the effort and the geographical range that where the surveys have occurred. It's not like it's been isolated to a 2-kilometre buffer around the site. It's extended across a large area throughout the landscape. So I've got very low likelihood that there's knowledge gaps or things that we're not aware of, even to a point where, last point, they've even said that a conservative approach with Long Swamp, there were no breeding records or breeding juveniles observed there, or Lake Monbinong, but there's an assumption, or there's a precautious approach, conservative approach, where those animals or those pairs are assumed to be breeding, and they've been factored in the collision risk modelling as well. So yeah, I've got a pretty confident that things have been covered off comprehensively.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn now to the topic of displacement. I'll start with some questions for you, Mr. Van Oster. Mr. Cumming, in his cross-examination, sought to take you to a number of reports that have been prepared in respect of wind farms operating within Victoria, both reports prepared pre-construction and then reports prepared post-construction. And it was said that Mr. Cumming will rely upon those reports to demonstrate that displacement exists in respect of the operation of wind farms within Victoria as they concern Brolga. My first question for you is, are you aware of whether there's any scientific peer-reviewed analysis of displacement as an effect concerning Victorian wind farms and Brolga that has been completed?
No, there isn't.
To what extent do you think it is appropriate to seek to draw conclusions from pre and post-construction reporting in respect of individual wind farms to demonstrate displacement?
The process of drawing those conclusions needs to be done across a broad range of data, and in Victoria at least, a lot of that data has been collected in inconsistent ways across different time periods at numerous different sites. In order to do that in a systematic way, we need to have a better approach to ban plans and monitoring.
Thank you. My last question for you on this topic concerns the interim guidelines. The interim guidelines, amongst other things, seek to avoid disturbance effects. To what extent do you consider displacement to be a type of disturbance effect?
It certainly is noted as a disturbance effect in the international literature as it relates to wind energy in some species, yes.
What the guidelines specify as a means of avoiding disturbance effects is the provision of an additional 300-metre radius around each home range to avoid disturbance effects. To what extent does your buffering give effect to that guidance as contained with the interim guidelines as a means of addressing disturbance effects?
We have included that 300-metre disturbance buffer around our buffers that we've added for this project.
Thank you. Mr. Organ, I'd like to ask you now some questions about displacement and disturbance more generally. Mr. Cumming, in the materials that he has filed has included international studies in respect of displacement generally. What observations would you have about reliance upon international studies as they concern particular application in this context, that is the displacement of Brolga by wind farms within Victoria?
Yeah, look, this is really important it's a really important question. So there's been a number of journal articles that have been provided, and I'm sure that'll be relied upon in submissions, but that's the Pass et al. 2021. I'm not too sure what the document number is. And then there's Alice et al. 2022. They have been provided by Mr. Cumming. But it's really important that when you look at that data, it has a, and if I can just get the article up so I can quote accurately. So one, the title is, and then the other one is Tolvian et al. So how far are birds, bats and terrestrial mammals displaced from onshore wind farm development? A systematic review. That was undertaken overseas. And that looked at doing a review of peer review research, of which there were 3 examples of cranes. So, and they were the whooping crane, which is I mentioned in last week, an endangered species. There's about 800 birds left or remaining in the wild. They're a typical, or they're a migrant that they migrate 4,000 kilometres from southern North America right up to Canada every year. And so both of those studies, which in that Tolvin et al., which flows on to the 2 documents, the 2 references for the whooping crane study, you cannot rely on that, given that their ecology are fundamentally different. So Brolga aren't long distance, they don't display long distance migration. They're a partial migrant that travels at very much shorter distances. The whooping crane can travel up to 300 kilometres a day. And those studies where they have traditional stop-off along the migration route, where they documented up to 5 kilometre movement away from breeding sites for that particular species, as opposed to sandhill cranes, which are very similar to Brolga. They can withstand and they can tolerate high level of disturbance across the landscape and different ecological requirements. So I'd just say that treat that information very carefully. You cannot just transfer what's been undertaken on a completely different species that have different ecological requirements and state that therefore Brolgas will be displaced 5 kilometres or 3 kilometres from breeding sites. That's just not correct. So it's just cautious of drawing parallels between the whooping crane behaviour isn't ecologically appropriate. They're very much sensitive to different disturbances, whereas, like I said, Brolga and Victoria are more flexible in habitat use and do not undertake similar long distance flights. So there's only been, like I said, 3 studies undertaken looking at cranes internationally, where they've looked at those distances of displacement. And then in terms of the reports that have been prepared post-approval, I'm happy to give
Yes, well, that was going to be my next question. What do you say can be drawn from the materials that have been filed that seek to compare analysis pre-construction with monitoring post-construction?
So there's a couple of points here. One is that, and I'll try and share my screen just to give a snapshot of Dundonald. It won't take long. I've got hopefully the correct figure up. Yes. Salt Creek. Just while we're at it, Salt Creek is one of the reports filed. This is I should have the document number. A bit clunky, but let me just move that. So this is the post-approval monitoring report. So Salt Creek second year annual report. One of the reports filed. I'm not too sure the document number. I haven't got the list. If I can just go to the figure, there's a lot I've actually gone through and highlighted and provided a summary and written multiple notes comparing the BAM plan and this post-construction monitoring. And just, I won't go into detail. Like I said, I'm happy to provide a separate report that highlights this if required. But here's an example: Brolga flocking season observation, biosis 2019 to 2020, Brolga pair and nest. And the wind farm site's here, and there was a documented breeding record here. There were very few breeding records prior to this wind farm being constructed at this site. Another thing to be very cautious of, once you need to look at not the number of dots on the map, because these records go over 20 or 30 years. So you cannot just apply it saying, oh, look at all the breeding records through here, and we've only got one. These are over many, many years. But during the work that was undertaken, I think it was either Nature Advisory or Brett Lane Associates formerly, where they only recorded a small number of breeding records at the Salt Creek wind farm surrounding the site. Post-construction, they were recorded breeding at the site. Dundonald, again, that's document. If I just share my screen, we've got this Dundonald report. Again, this is the one prepared prior to the approval of the project. This project involved many, many months and years of survey. And a really important point to make when you hear the submission and any comparisons around before and after, these monitoring reports aren't documenting or trying to determine whether displacement is occurring or not. It's essentially just following through the recommendations in the BAM plan to document any breeding and any potential risk of mortality. So there's mortality results in these reports. None of these reports have any evidence of mortality of Brolga. But this is an example of the figure. Again, be very careful. This figure this is 19, where it has a radius of 10 kilometres. Dundonald. Brett Lane Associates, 2009 to 2013. So 4 years of data. You've got one-off flocking, transitional flocking, breeding sites, a lot of orange dots across the map. If I can just draw your attention to this site here, 254 and 236, and throw in 137. And that document is the Dundonald Wind Farm Brolga assessment. I don't know what the document number is, if you've already stated that. I don't know if I can transfer sharing when I'm sharing, but I'll go to this is the post-approval document, which has been filed. You'll see in this report, so Dundonald first year, this is only the first year. Another really important point to make, a lot of these monitoring reports are in a period where it was La Nina. So it's from 2021, 2022, it was a very wet year. So the birds will disperse across the landscape. Again, they do not nest at the same site every single year. It depends on the site characteristics, whether there's any disturbances, whether there's any variation in the suitability of the habitat over time. So it's completely incorrect to say that the birds have abandoned the surrounding area. It's all in the report. So if I go down to relevant sections, those same wetlands that I identified in the pre-approval map and Brolga record biosis, they were actually in the same breeding sites as what were documented in the BAMP. That one there, which I highlighted, that one there, and that one there, including within 3.2 kilometres of the nearest turbine. I can go on because it's consistent. Stockyard Hill. I'll just
We'll do one more example.
One more of data. The data which is readily available off the VBA. You can extract data on a particular species. I did this last night and I had my office prepare this plan. I'm happy to provide this after.
While you're looking at that, Mr. Organ, Mr. Chester, I just think it's probably worth mentioning, given the work that Mr. Organ's done on this, I think the ISC would appreciate seeing it in some documented form.
Yes.
We don't need to decide now what that is, but I'd be happy perhaps in the morning if you could come back to us with an idea, suggestion that takes into consideration, obviously, that doing it as efficiently as possible and mindful just to think through any procedural implications of producing that at this stage. But if it is a documentation of the questions of re-examination that you're putting to him now, that may be adequate, but I'm happy for you to come back to us with a suggestion on what that might look like.
Okay, we're happy to do that. I suppose what I would recommend is what I was proposing is Mr. Organ would complete this comparative exercise with the Stockland Hill wind farm. I was then going to ask him a broader question about the extent to which, having regard to the matters that he's addressed, one can draw conclusions based on the comparative exercise that sought to be drawn, and that was going to close out that topic. And there was only one other matter for re-examination.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks. And so this map here is the Stockyard Hill wind farm. Of essentially the wind farm site. You actually can, if I can just get rid of that out of my, I'll do this as quick as possible. Zoom in. You'll see here there's existing turbines across the landscape. This is Lake Goldsmith. It was buffered with turbines within it. I think it was 800 or kilometres or a kilometre away. There was the statement saying that brolgas have not come back on having bred at this site. All the red dots are of the work that's been undertaken by SMEC, which is in the Stockyard Hill report. And so they're there and down through here, the nearest turbine's out through here. But I'll just finish off by getting that report. I can find it. Yes, here it is. Oh, no. It's important. Just bear with me. I'm trying to locate it. It's important. All right, I've got it.
To note, I'm not able to stay much longer today, and I don't want to rush you, Mr. Organ, in the context that we've asked for possibly that material to be circulated.
We can move on if that.
Okay.
I think so. That yes,
Okay.
or to come back to it and take us to it. But
Yes.
I just don't want to run over time, given we started very early
Yes.
earlier than usual this morning, and we've already had a long
I'm
day.
confident we'll finish the re-examination by 4:30.
Thank you. Yes, that's fine.
This is the last document. Again,
Document
tabled,
273.
the Stockyard Hill Wind Farm Brolga report, which all this text in the preamble is incorrect. Again, all those red dots are for the history of the last 50 or so years of records. Those records aren't of Brolgas observed during the pre-assessment. So it's not dots on the map you need to look at necessarily, because that's the complete data set over many years with a VBA. It wasn't just recorded during the survey effort. This is a post-construction monitoring report, and it clearly states here, numerous Brolga sightings were made during the analysis period at wetlands within or adjoining the wind farm, Stockyard Hill Wind Farm. Large groups, 5 individuals, small groups, that's breeding at the Lake Goldsmith, located with 900 metres from the nearest turbine. Nest was located with 1.6 metres from the nearest turbine. It's just not true. And even the figure that's been provided shows in the SMEC report, you look at this and you look at this pink triangle, nearest turbine 104. Pink triangle, and the black one rather, or purple nesting site in the legend. And the nesting site was here on the edge of Lake Goldsmith, near the existing turbine. So there's no evidence to suggest or to say that there's been displacement or avoidance or the species not using the landscape in the vicinity of operating wind farms across Victoria. And that's also consistent with Berrybank. Berrybank, there was one documented breeding site during the panel hearing in the southeast of the site. There were very few breeding records within, or none within, the 3.2 kilometre buffer around that site. So there was very little pre-existing breeding at Berrybank. And that was consistent with the post-approval monitoring reports that have been prepared where there were no breeding records observed on the site or surrounding the site. So the before and after were consistent, but finally, just caution the committee in believing that there's this apparent lack of use across the landscape of Brolga. They do habituate, and they do occur in areas where, unlike the whooping crane or other species, are a bit more susceptible to disturbance. That's a known fact, but Brolga can tolerate a high level of disturbance across the landscape.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Mr. Venosta, you were asked a number of questions by Ms. Lenihan in respect of the formulation of buffers pursuant to the interim guidelines. Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes.
My first question to you concerns whether you are aware that the department recently released the handbook for the development of renewable energy in Victoria. That is an updated version of that handbook.
Yes, I've referenced that.
And you're aware, I take it, that in appendix or an appendix to that handbook, there are specifications concerning the formulation of buffers pursuant to the updated handbook, that is buffers in respect of Brolga.
Yes.
To what extent is the approach that you've adopted in respect of this project, that is in formulating buffers pursuant to the interim guidelines, consistent with the approach called for under the updated handbook?
It's consistent as it relates to breeding buffers.
Do you agree with that proposition, Mr. Auger?
Yes, I've outlined 13.7 of my evidence at the bottom of page 86. It complies with the new handbook.
Thank you. Now, my last question is a question to you, Mr. Van Oster. Ms. Lenihan suggested that there'd been a failure on Biosis's part to implement the level 3 assessment pursuant to the interim guidelines. Do you recall that proposition?
Yes.
The level 3 assessment called for under the guidelines contemplates a number of steps. Firstly, avoidance or mitigation of potential impacts through implementation of turbine-free buffer areas. Secondly, developing site-specific collision risk modelling for Brolgas. Thirdly, using PVA to estimate the impact of the proposed development. And fourthly, identifying appropriate compensation strategies. Can you please advise to what extent the analysis completed by Biosis addressed each of the 4 steps articulated within the guidelines?
The assessment we've undertaken complies with each of those steps.
And do you agree with that proposition, Mr. Organ?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the re-examination on that topic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chesler, and thank you to the experts. It is nearly 4:30, as everyone will see, so we'll need to have a chat now about what tomorrow looks like. And Mr. Chesler, I will ask you if you've had some thoughts on how you'd like to approach it. I'd just like to check we have with us the parties who were intending to ask questions tomorrow, and I do understand, and Mr. Cumming, unfortunately, we haven't got to your questions on wetland and waterbirds today, so I'll just hope that you're with us now for this conversation and we can talk about options as necessary. But firstly, Mr. Chesler, I'll get you to talk us through how you would like to propose that we approach.
Yes, I think there's 2 options, and I suspect the answer will depend on which of the options is preferable will depend on how many questions there are for the remainder of the topics. Yes. Essentially, what we propose to do is simply call the evidence in respect of the balance of the topics and then move on to the next topic. So we're not proposing to make any further submissions. We'll table our introductory submission so that we can move to the evidence. I think there's 2 options. The first option would be to not make any modifications to tomorrow's schedule. That is to leave Mr. Feldman and Mr. Weston as scheduled, but to come back, complete the ecological evidence, and then with whatever time we have remaining, move to Mr. Feldman and then to Mr. Weston. It might be that that's an ambitious, it might be that we don't finish that. The other option, if we think we're going to be the majority of the day with the balance of these topics, then as I indicated earlier, we can have Mr. Feldman and or Mr. Weston return on the day that had been scheduled for Ms. Dunstan's evidence, which was the day 11, Tuesday, the 24th of June. So again, either option is acceptable to us. It probably depends.
Are the ecology experts available to
yes, they are.
tomorrow morning?
Yes, they are.
To do that? Okay,
yes.
So the main question is how much time we're going to need.
That's the question.
I know Mr. Cumming was also, if you could pop your camera on, Mr. Cumming, and just join us while we talk about options. We had requests we've got 45 minutes from Mr. Tobin collectively.
About 45.
Okay. Yes, 2 questions in writing from Mr. Biggs. We do have a question from Ms. Stiles and Mr. Cumming, who I understand won't be able to be with us. Mr. Cumming, I wanted to ask if you're not able to join us in person in the morning, would you be able to provide your questions in writing?
Yes, I can do that, or I can handle them in submission as well.
Okay. So just to be 100% clear, you're not able to be with us at all in the morning, even if we can be flexible with the scheduling?
I have to get several hundred cattle in and get them sorted and on a truck in 2 days and off the property. I don't think I'll be available for sunlight to sunset for the next 3 days.
Okay. Apologies for not having made it earlier. There's been a lot to cover, Mr. Cumming, but if you're happy to submit your questions in writing, we can put those to the experts. You'll be able to obviously listen to the audio recording of that and address us on the issues in submission, as you've just said. So if you're happy to move forward with that approach, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes,
so on that
we can do
basis, thank you. I think we go ahead then as planned with the ecology experts in the morning. Clearly, we'll be moving into the remaining topics. We've probably got, I'm just looking at that, an hour and a half or so, a bit more of questions, including questions from the IAC, maybe up to 2 hours. So that'll be the morning. The afternoon, I anticipate that we may be able to move through fairly efficiently still.
Yeah.
So perhaps we'll just keep on keeping on.
No, I think that's a good plan.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other matters we need to discuss this afternoon? No,
Not for our part. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll see everybody back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.